just have these two offers. And for those that don't know, CW stands for, God, does it stand for anything? Can't watch. It stands for can't watch. And then TBS is Turner Broadcasting System. Is it still owned by Turner? No.
Nope.
But still,
Not
Turner
many
Broadcasting
years.
But you know
System.
what? It's an upgrade from what they had.
Yeah. And these are our two offers. Or we can stream on Apple Streaming, where you pay $1.29 a song. So I don't know.
I've never thought of this, but the word is Arizona's ready to leap, and I never really considered the fact that Arizona and Arizona State are governed by the same board of regents. That's not true in every state.
Could get some infighting there.
Well, I
right?
wonder if one wants to go and one wants to stay. How does that work?
Or if there's only one seat for one.
Yeah, exactly, because that's what it appears right now. And if Arizona's like, hey, we'll take that seat, and then Arizona State's like, well, wait a minute, we want that seat.
Yeah.
You know, how does that go down?
Well, then I think they make room for two more then.
I would think, but now you're back to an odd number.
Yeah. I just don't understand what
I'm talking about two more after that, after Arizona.
Okay, yeah.
I just don't understand what you're doing with Oregon and Washington. If you're Oregon and Washington, what are you waiting on? Because I agree. I think it was Bobby who said this earlier on in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. If the Big Ten really wanted you, they would have already gotten you.
Well, and if the Big Ten, if they offered, they would have bounced
In a heartbeat,
quickly.
yeah. So there has not been an offer, and there doesn't appear to be interest, right?
And because you've got to, I mean, I understand the Big Ten wants all of its focus now on making USC and UCLA the transition next year popular and comfortable for everyone and successful, but it would be just as easy to bring in four as it would be two. I mean,
Again, I'll go back,
travel and all that.
and I'll go back to the fact with Washington and Oregon is if I'm a Big Ten school, you got to sell me on, okay, that's great. I love Washington and Oregon, but we're trying to get $80 to $100 million per school in the future. That's what they think they're going to get, right? How much more money do Washington and Oregon bring? Because I don't want to chop this up anymore. I'm looking ahead. You've told me about $80 million now, so don't come back to me and say, all right, we're not going to get to $80 million, but hey, we're adding Oregon and Washington. They're fine. I wanted the $80 million.
Yeah.
So you tell me how that's going to give me $80 million. And without more money from Fox, CBS, and NBC, there's no $80 million. And if I do simple math, I mean, you're talking somewhere between 100 and 200 more million you got to get out of those networks to make that make sense.
yeah,
I just don't know how much money's left.
which is tougher to do when you don't have anybody out there who is really challenging you
That's right.
to make that business deal.
Yeah, because if I'm NBC, I'm like, yeah, we got what we like right here. I'm going to keep this.
As Brown got his text earlier from somebody in college athletics, we won't say names, but he got a text earlier that says, you mark down August 1st, 2023 as the official death day of the Pac-12.
That's the day it started to die.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it started to die when USC and UCLA officially left to the Big Ten, but the toe tag may be signed on August 1 for the Pac-12. We'll see if there's a Pac-12 after dark when we wake up tomorrow, or if this will be the last year of that as we know it. All right, fun show today. We appreciate everybody being with us, all the great sponsors and all that. Don't forget to set your alerts everywhere. Give us a thumbs up before you get out of here today. Like and subscribe everywhere. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Starting quarterback on the shelf for a Power 5 school. We've got more conversations about the moving parts of the Pac-12 and their TV deal and a lot of college football. But let's start with the National Football League today. We're one of the marquee receivers in the history of mankind.
You are amazing.
If we sent a man to the moon, it would be Cooper Kupp.
You are starting to become an act of God.
What happened yesterday apparently was just a warning that you need to be nicer to me on the show.
It was God getting.
In the words of Aaron Rodgers, keep my team out your mouth.
keep my wide receiver.
Cooper Kupp, LT's one of LT's favorite humans that is not his kid. If Cooper Kupp was a Vizsla, this would be the perfect scenario.
By the way, I do have a Vizsla update for you guys.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Going to meet a Vizsla.
Let's do one thing
today.
at a time, though. Let's start with Cooper Kupp.
Lance would give him an organ. Like if Cooper Kupp needed a kidney, you'd do it in a heartbeat.
I think he might be the most overachieving wide receiver in NFL history.
Okay, but answer my question. If Cooper Kupp needed a kidney and they said, Lance, you're a match.
Yeah, I'd give him one.
Like I got a good friend that's in the process of donating a kidney to a family member.
Yeah.
It's not a process to be lightly undertaken.
No, there's people in my family I would not give an organ to.
So there are people within your family you wouldn't give a kidney if you were a match, but you would Cooper Kupp.
Yes.
And we learned on the show yesterday you would rather me die than Cooper Kupp be injured.
No, I said I would rather you blow your knee than Cooper Kupp blow his
That's right.
knee.
And then what happened, Jim?
Zach writes in, man, just got to the part of the show on the replay where Jim literally spoke Cooper Kupp's injury into existence.
Literally.
Insane.
But see, I don't think people realize, we do have a couple of state bets we're not allowed to talk about. But you changed the world, the course. You changed the world with an election.
Well, the presidential election stake bet changed a lot. There are still, to this very day, repercussions of that stake bet.
It's just an MRI.
Court cases everywhere.
MRI on a hamstring. He's expected to only miss a few weeks of real contact and stuff. He'll be back. As I said to start with, it was just a warning shot.
That's right.
Well, again, we've got real
Be
football
nicer.
starting tomorrow night with the Browns and Jets, so that shows you we're getting really close. And the problem with a hamstring is that is one of those things that linger.
It does. It does linger, and it can be different. We're watching Joe Burrow with a calf. We saw that impact Mike Trout one time for an entire season in baseball. Burrow's a quarterback, and then you add, Burrow doesn't get hit as much as Cooper Kupp does, doesn't have to cut as much as Cooper Kupp does with a hamstring. Those things can be a lingering problem. We'll keep an eye on this, but the MRI and at least everything looks positive for, and all joking aside, one of the most dynamic players in the National Football League. I don't know what your expectations are for your Rams this year, but without him, as we saw the last 8 games last year with his high ankle sprain, they are a different football team.
Yeah, the offense just really can't operate without Cooper Kupp. You go back to Super Bowl 56 where the Rams were fortunate to beat the Bengals. If Odell doesn't go out, I truly believe the Rams win that game by 14 or 21. You could not cover that guy. And then it was just on Cooper Kupp because there was no Tyler Higbee in the lineup. And it was just amazing that Stafford was able to make those throws. Coop was able to make those catches. But, last year, people don't realize he was on pace for about 150 receptions and 1,500 yards. Again, he was going to lead the league in most of those categories, had a triple crown in catches, receiving yards, and touchdowns just back in 2021. He's that good. He's only 30 years old, so, he's got 3 or 4 really good years left, but he's got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Going back to 2018, I really believe the Rams would have beaten the Patriots in the Super Bowl if Cooper Kupp was in that lineup. 7
years in the NFL for Cooper Kupp now. He has some more tread on those tires if those tires stay inflated, so be nice. Brody writes in, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, LT and Jim starting to sound a lot like Jim and Brown right now, a little tension in the air.
Well, there was some, yeah.
No.
There was.
I keep it from festering because I will, I'll follow my sword with LT. I like to battle you on a day, and I feel like you and I are Wilbon and the old guy.
I can't decide.
Kornheiser.
I'm Wilbon.
I'll let you be the judge of this.
Okay, judge of what?
whether or not I should have gratitude towards Dunaway or not, because last year before the season started, he bought a ticket for the Rams, or 2 years ago, bought a ticket for the Rams to win the NFC.
Right.
The Rams were in the midst of a 3-game losing streak. Stafford was turning it over multiple times.
Right.
I begged and begged and begged to buy that ticket. I think I gave you knocked a steak off. I gave you a $100 bill. Forgot exactly what we did.
That was it. It was one steak and a $100 bill.
I personally thought Dunaway settled for too little. I thought he had you over the barrel a little bit, but Jim's not the best negotiator in the world.
Well, I'm a kind heart.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think he would have done it differently. He would have milked you for everything you could have, and I thought you should have milked him.
I'm a kind heart.
I know. So, but to your point, yeah, he didn't have to sell it.
At that point, the Rams were like 30-1 to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And do you think if he wouldn't have sold it, the Rams win the Super Bowl?
I don't believe in jinxes. So
See, I don't think they do. I mean, the way those playoffs went.
That's what I'm saying. He settled for too little. He should have gotten way more than that out of it.
No, I don't think they would have won if he would have kept it. I really don't.
That's what I'm saying. He settled for too little. You wanted to buy it from him. He should have. He should have.
No.
He should have
But
built.
I'm saying if he didn't buy it from me, he would have gotten nothing because the Rams weren't winning the NFC with him holding that ticket.
Oh, Cooper Kupp's an actor too, Rockstar?
He's Hans Klopek from the Burbs.
No,
Wow,
no.
you're hitting too close to home here.
That's Malachi from
Yeah, needs to shave that ratty ass
Children
beard.
of the Corn. He was also in Colors.
That is true.
Loverboy?
Any
Not
player,
Loverboy, yeah.
any player other than Cooper Kupp, you would not let them get away with that beard.
No, I talked about it the other night at Walk-Ons. By the way, back-to-back nights at Walk-Ons. But I was there with Leighton and Jack on Monday night.
No, what doesn't jump out is the fact you went back-to-back nights at Walk-Ons. Great food. I could do 5 nights in a row at
That's
Walk-Ons.
right.
What pops up occasionally on the show is how much in your life you talk about Cooper Kupp. I mean, you were talking about him at dinner the other night?
No, so he
Aaron
pops
Donald's
up.
kind of getting pissed off lately.
No, Aaron Donald
Best
is
defensive player in the history
Aaron
of the world.
Donald's the ignored child right now.
So it was that clip of Cooper Kupp sitting down with the NFL Network. They continued to do the whip around. And so I'm sitting there, and it's on the TV right by me and the kids. And I told Leighton, there's God's team, because they went to Rams training camp. And then I said, Jack, you cannot let your beard get that ratty. And Leighton was like, yes, that is a ratty beard.
Yeah.
Ratty
So
beard.
I agree.
So
I mean,
you
the beard
call
looks
Cooper
terrible.
Kupp's beard ratty?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is
All right,
ratty.
well, there you go.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, do you ever have Ram dreams?
Yeah.
Oh, I have Dolphins dreams all the time.
I know you talk about them on the air. You have Ram dreams?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
are you a Ram? Or are you at Ram games? Or are you the
No,
coach?
it's just I don't know. I mean, I've had dreams about different games before.
Well, like I was digging through Dolphins stuff, like on the NFL store last night, looking for some stuff to order, and I saw a Dolphins golf head cover, a terribly ugly head cover. But I was recounting to my wife.
Sometimes ugly is so ugly it's cool. You know
I
what I mean?
was recounting to my wife the story of playing golf with a guy at Ballantrae that had a Dolphins head cover. And I was like, oh, you're a Dolphins fan? Yeah, big Dolphins fan. So I started talking, like naming specific players in conversation. And he was like, now, who are you talking about?
You were testing him.
I did, and he failed the test. And I wanted to take the head cover away from the guy. And my daughter, my oldest daughter, Anna Kate, was like, can you name all the Dolphin starters? I was like, of course I can. I can name the 22, the starting 22 right now. And I'm like, I think that is the bare minimum for any fan.
So he couldn't draw a dolphin in the dirt for you?
I mean, he could have, but like I would bring up random players like Liam Eichenberg.
Biblical reference. I was just throwing that out there.
Oh.
Back in the early days, had to draw the fish symbol in the sand.
Yeah. I like Liam Eichenberg, left guard. And he was like, no, I'm sorry, who are you talking about? I'm like, I mean, you don't know Dolphins starters and you're going to have a Dolphins head cover and claim you're a Dolphins fan?
Yeah. No, I understand.
So you did call him out.
Yeah, he's a test.
Yeah,
And Brown does this.
I didn't really speak to him much the rest of the round. Brown does what? Test people?
You test people on their Dolphin fandom.
Well,
I mean, you do, and you've taught your daughter well enough that if people question her, she's able to clap back and answer them.
Well,
You've told the story before.
Well, yeah, she wears Dolphins gear to school. People go, oh, you're just a Tua fan. He says, no, I'm Dolphins from the crib.
Yeah.
And I said, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to go deeper than Tua, Jalen Waddle.
Right.
And she, to her credit, I mean, like the other night, she brought out Robert Hunt, Dolphins right guard. I mean, that's a right guard if you go that deep.
I've questioned your fandom before.
You have.
Yeah.
And I really don't care, but you have, yes.
I just don't know how you miss Dolphins games.
I don't.
Yeah, you do.
I haven't. I didn't miss a single.
No, he misses starts of games
missed the
because
start of
he
some.
puts religion ahead of the
because I'm coming home
Dolphins.
from church.
Didn't work for Mark Richt.
Huh?
Said it didn't work for Mark Richt.
Religion ahead of the Bulldogs?
I mean, just look what Kirby Smart's doing.
You were saying Kirby Smart's a Satan worshiper?
I'm not saying that.
Saying Jesus Christ couldn't hit the curveball.
I'm just saying Kirby Smart more focused on football.
I mean, I have not.
But can you not go to an early service?
Huh? Yeah, and then I go to Sunday school afterwards.
Then he grabs a nice lunch with the family, and then he's home in time for the second half.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you're
Now, if you want to question Fandom, my team's going to suck this year.
Yeah.
So I've got a cool offer from DirecTV that'll give me 4 years of Red Zone for free if I switch from YouTube TV to Red Zone. I don't know when the Bucs are going to be good again. I can get all the sports packages, probably can get them to give me extra innings for the Rays, who are pretty good right now, and throw that in for
I would rather be tortured watching my team lose.
yeah. But see, I can get the Red Zone. I can see them losing and see everything else going on
But
for
you
free.
only get a clip.
I get all the scoring opportunities for both
How
sides.
many they're going to be.
For the both sides.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
just
can-
going to be everybody from the NFC South going into the
That's
red
right.
zone against the Bucs.
I'll get to see Forrester's Falcons in the Red Zone against my team. Here we go again.
And to your point, I only miss the start of the game at home. I watch it on my phone on my way home from church.
And you're home by crunch time.
Yeah, so I did not miss a single Dolphins play last year. I really don't know what you're referencing.
All right, we're off to.
But I know that's a Lance thing, though. Lance doesn't want anybody to have a fandom that equals his Rams fandom, so he tries to shoot holes in everyone's fandom.
Mine's too much. I've said
but
that.
that's what I'm saying. But you like to shoot holes in other people's fandom so it doesn't approach your Rams fandom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do that. You do that. That's it. That's a thing you do.
I'm just saying. I mean, I think if you're that big of a Dolphins fan, I wouldn't miss any Dolphins game. But you said you didn't. Okay.
I don't. I didn't miss a single one last
You
year.
have a couple of things to tell you about here, including Brown's Wardrobe today. Roback.com. Roback.com. Go there and use the promo code TNR20. TNR20. Get 20% off your first purchase right there. Great gear, great hoodies as well. He's got a good golf shirt on today from our friends at Roback. In fact, the guy who won his first ever event on the, not Crown Ferry, it's the
Corn Ferry.
The Corn Ferry Tour this past week, won it in a Roback shirt. I saw the iconic stripe on the back collar as he was walking to celebrate with his caddy, and I was like, there's a Roback win on
right.
the Corn Ferry Tour. Roback.com, TNR20 to pick that up. Also, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Legacy, proud supporters of UAB Athletics. New time down on the south side with Trent Dilfer and company. They continue their camp, working out under the beautiful Legacy Pavilion down there. Legacy's names all over the UAB history and athletics, and also in the education and healthcare industries in Birmingham. Over 60 years they've been taking care of the healthcare and education industries and everybody who's a part of that here in Birmingham. You can join the Legacy family too by going to LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com. Everyday checking. They've got wonderful car and truck loans for you. The auto loans are top of the line, and that wonderful lifestyle loan for you. If you have something that you want to do or something that's popped up in your life, a lifestyle loan works for you. No collateral required, affordable low rates, can be used for unexpected medical expenses, dream vacations, updating your backyard, and more. Get all the details right there at LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. And I think a lot of college football fans are holding their breath on this one, right, until the season's over with. Because it does feel like since Brad Bohannon, the baseball coach at Alabama, was fired, there's been a continuous stream of news stories involving gambling in sports, specifically gambling in college athletics. In Iowa and Iowa State, we had the announcement months ago that a number of student athletes over a wide range of sports have been caught in illegal gambling as a college athlete. But we now have one name. Well, we have four names, but one big one because he's the starting quarterback at Iowa State, and he bet on a football game, according to reports, and that becomes a bigger story. Hunter Deckers is his name. He started all 12 games last year, and according to the Des Moines Register and their reporting on the story, and ESPN, he, according to the charges, bet on a 2021 football game back when he was the backup quarterback, did not play in the game, Iowa State, Oklahoma State. 26 Iowa State events he's allegedly bet on. He's criminally charged with tampering with records. A total of 366 bets for only $2,799.
$8 a wager on average.
Yeah, so about an $8 wager on each.
So what people worry about is the integrity of the game. First of all, let me say this. He's not supposed to be betting on college football. He's underage, which, look, I was in college. I ran book. Most of the people betting were underage. But
see,
this is going to legally bet where your parents are covering for you with an alias. There's a lot of layers to this. Again, I don't think...
And that's where the changing of the records and the tampering charge comes in, is the fact that he was underage betting on DraftKings.
Yeah.
And they sort of doctored the records to allow that to happen.
So, again, this is just a dummy move. I think there's got to be more education inside of programs telling their athletes. And what I don't know what you guys gathered from this. I gather from this that Hunter Deckers and the two other players, I know one's a wrestler, the two other football players are backups, and they're going to these games and they're a little bored. Hey, let's put a little action. I guarantee you their action was on Iowa State. Again, that doesn't make it right.
They did win that football game 24-21, I think, in 2021.
I just think there needs to be more education for these guys. And look, you can't do this. You're going to lose your scholarship. You're going to lose your eligibility. This is the starting quarterback for Iowa State. They don't have any depth at that position at all.
And he's not going to be part of camp, Brown. He says he and his legal team, we're going to focus on our studies and on defending. He's going to plead not guilty. He says it's a shared account, which, they can also timestamp where you are when things are placed. So it'll be interesting to see if it comes out. And he was the person making the bet in the football building or where he was at that time, if they can ring doorbell him. We talked about it with Clay yesterday. There's video everywhere. But he says, I guarantee you he bet on Iowa State to win the game. Does that matter to you?
Oh, no. If he's betting on a game he's playing in, it does not matter whether he bet to win or lose.
Because
first of all, if he's betting on college football, it doesn't matter. That's against the rules.
Right. Plus, down the road, even if you're betting on your team to win, there can come a time where I'm behind. I can bet on my team.
No,
it doesn't matter with Pete Rose. It doesn't matter with this guy. It doesn't matter with anybody, whether you're betting on or against. You're breaking the rules.
Yeah, again, I go back to Pete Rose, not to get on that tangent. I've always said that Pete Rose should have been suspended. I think he served his time. If he was betting against his team, banned forever. He should be allowed in the Hall of Fame if he was betting for his team. Hunter Deckers should be ineligible. This is a stupid move. It was wrong. It doesn't matter. And he wasn't going to play in these games. Again, I think it was just out of boredom. He wanted a little action on these games, but you can't do it. And now he's put his team in a really bad situation.
Okay, Lunsford has a thought, and he shared it with you guys in the chat room. Lunsford runs his own show over there sometimes, so let's bring him into the real show now. Lunsford, you read me what you say there, and then I want to question you on that.
Well, no, I understand if it's the rules, it's the rules.
No,
Let me first say that.
Okay.
But I think if you're betting for yourself, it's not affecting the game. If you're betting against yourself, it is 1,000% obviously affecting the game.
Very
and you
true.
should be banned for life.
Okay,
No, it's not true. That is not.
It is
no,
true.
it's not true.
How is it affecting the game if you're betting on yourself to win?
Because this is the whole reason the guardrails are there. Is if you're whether you're betting for or against yourself.
But how's it changing the game?
Hang on, Lunsford, and I'm answering. You're betting for or against yourself. You can lose those bets whether you're betting for yourself or against yourself. And then you can affect outcomes of games to make up for those losses. That's why the guardrails are there. It doesn't matter whether you're betting for or against yourself. You're betting on the game in which you play.
Now, this was average $8 a bet, so
Yeah,
it's
I
not
mean,
a lot
that's
of money.
small.
But I agree with you, Lunsford.
But say you get $2,000 behind, Lance.
That's
Do you
right.
agree with him? You're $2,000
I bet on myself. I
and
played my tail off. We lost the game.
and you don't have $2,000.
That's right. Now I'm in a compromised
Now,
situation.
This is with legal gambling. You have to have the money to bet in advance, but non-legal gambling, you can get into holes. And if you are behind or you've lost a lot of money and you sort of want to make it up, you could start betting against yourself.
Well, that's when it
that
becomes
point.
illegal at that point.
Yeah.
But that's why the rule is there, Lunsford.
but no, I don't.
So don't do that.
Yeah, this is like gateway drugs. Don't smoke weed because you're going to end up doing heroin.
Exactly. Well, I mean, not to
Not
agree with Lance
exactly.
here, but I kind of agree with
A
that
little
too.
quick on the exactly.
Yeah,
there,
I
wasn't
know.
it?
No,
yeah.
Every person here has taken gummies. That's perfectly fine, but we're not going to sit there and do heroin. I mean, it's like it's two different things at that point. Betting for and against is two totally
But
different
that's
things.
why the rule is there, Lunsford.
I understand the rule being there. It's
Okay.
a stupid rule, but I understand the rule being there.
It's not a stupid
betting
rule.
for yourself, you should play to win the game 100-0 every single
Okay.
time.
All right,
whether
but
you're
what if
betting for yourself or not.
What if I bet $50,000 on myself and I lose?
Well,
Well,
that
then
was
you
a bad
pay it.
bet.
Yeah, pay it and
Okay.
move on.
But
I make bad bets
That
all
is
the
the
time.
upside of legalized gambling is you can't bet money you don't
Correct.
have.
Yeah,
And
it's
by the way-
controlled.
by
I've
the way,
always said that.
You can't use a credit card. Like you can't go to a casino and use a credit card.
But even
you have to have cash.
even legalized gambling, I can get way behind.
Oh, you can. You can.
Way behind. I can get way behind the 8 ball.
You
and
can
now
not have your car payment, your rent.
I
all
can
that.
get way behind myself not playing. How's that any
Absolutely.
different from a person playing?
Absolutely. And that's what puts you in a compromised situation. It's why the rule's there.
Well, but you're putting yourself in a compromised situation.
You are.
You're putting yourself in a compromised situation by doing cocaine. I mean,
yes, you do. That's why some rules are there.
Clean up a little dead wood before it gets too deep over there. Ross, no. Brown has not.
What, done gummies?
Yeah, it is. It was a wide statement by Lunsford not to
just
indict.
saying that it's legal and we can all do it fine if we want to.
Not to indict rock star.
I think
Forrester,
it's just me, you, and
Tyler.
Lunsford, actually.
Yeah, I mean, not to indict people who are not in the conversation.
That's why I said it.
Yeah, when he said everyone up here, he only meant a handful of people, right?
I'm a Haribo guy.
but what I was going to say is the unfortunate thing is now you're going to have everybody against legalized gambling coming out and say, "Told you so." This is the start. This is the gateway. This is going to corrupt college athletics. People have been gambling on college athletics forever. The difference is now it's being monitored. And, boy, these guys need to wake up. I mean, going back to Calvin Ridley, Jamison Williams, if you're gambling, Brad Bohannon, if you're gambling on these games, they're going to find you.
I can't pronounce the kid's name, Ayuma Uwahaki, but
I think that's it.
I don't think that's it,
Yeah.
but he's one of the players on Iowa State, and just last week he was suspended by the NFL for the first 4 games this year for gambling. And I said last week, is this guy important because I can't say his name? And you were like, not really. And so we didn't really report on it, but here he is. So he's a 2-time offender now. He did it in college, he did it in the NFL, so he hasn't learned. So I think that's why I started the conversation off by saying, because we have seen Calvin Ridley, Alabama player, Jamison Williams, Alabama player. We've seen some former Alabama players. If your team, everybody's got the phone, and there's ways to do it in a lot of states. I think a lot of people are sitting there holding their breath saying, man, I hope my team doesn't have a guy that's going to lose a game or a season or get caught up in this.
And that's what I wanted to say, and I agree with Lance, there needs to be education, but there could not have been better NFL education than Calvin Ridley missing a season. And guys are still out there betting. I mean, that was the best education possible is, hey, a good receiver is missing an entire season because he did this.
And by the way, they come in and there's signs everywhere, and they come in and tell you, don't gamble in the facility. Don't do this.
You can have all the education you want. People are still going to be idiots.
And what scares people, at least as a fan, and listen, I never liked the NCAA sanctions or any of that stuff because I'm selfish. It ruins my Saturday. If I'm having to watch a team that is down scholarships or can't be on TV or something like that, that's ruining my Saturday. I'm in it for me, right?
Right.
So what scares me about this is that and we've seen this at Iowa State and Iowa, if Lance is our quarterback and Lance is doing it, well, I mean, we're a team. There's a good chance that Lance isn't the only one doing it because if Lance is doing it, I'm going to do it too.
Yeah.
And then Brown's going to do it. Maybe the whole quarterback room's doing
But did you guys notice that Hunter Decker was doing this in 2021, not 2022 when he was starting? Again, I'll go back to this. I really believe Calvin Ridley was injured when he was betting on games. Jameis Williamson was injured when he was betting on games. These are guys that want some action in it. If these guys are actually playing, I think if you look into this really, 99% of the guys that are wagering aren't playing.
Oh, I think you're probably right. But again,
I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying.
Those guardrails have to be there because they're going to come back to play at some point. And if they're way down to a bookie, now the games could potentially be compromised.
Yeah, but you always say if you're looking for that extra juice in life, you just go Dobel Diamante tequila. You think that gets you anywhere you want to go.
You can do that, or you can just bet on somebody else.
Bet on basketball, bet on golf, bet on NASCAR, bet on something that's not the sport you play in.
I had, and I don't know if you guys were in the room. Dunaway, you were. We were talking to a pretty national handicapper yesterday because we were working on some stuff with Lance's locks. And he told me, and did you hear this? A prominent professional athlete was getting picks from him. And I said, well, was he getting picks for his own sport? And he said everything but his own sport. So, athletes like to gamble.
Yeah.
He also named a U.S. senator.
He did name a U.S. senator. I think they're free to gamble on whatever they want,
name?
right?
He couldn't remember his name.
Oh, okay.
Which always, questions the validity of your statement to me.
But that's U.S. senator.
No, but he threw some other names around town. So, I mean, look, people like to gamble. It's their money. Again, there are rules. And if you break the rules, there are consequences. So I get that. I do think when you start looking at this, $8 a bet, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But again, as you said, the guardrails are there. These guys know this. They can't do it. I can't believe his parents were involved.
Well, I mean, that was the only way he could have a legal account, was it to look like his mom, Jamie, was placing the bets.
Okay, well, Jamie needs to realize now they're going to be paying for school. Was it really worth it? For his $10 parlay on Iowa State and Kansas State to win $26, was it really worth losing your scholarship and your spot as a starting Power 5 quarterback?
And your chance to play your way into the NFL.
Possibly, yeah.
You never know.
Yeah. All right. So that's our really hot takes there on gambling, college athletics, and dumb parent moves of the day. Now having to pay your tuition there at Iowa State. That gets us going here. A lot to get to when we come back. Forrester uncovered a little. I mean, whether you think a coach saying something is important or not, leading into a big game in Week 2, Texas and Alabama. But Forrester uncovered a little nugget that made it interesting, at least to some of us, that Texas ended up doing with that comment. That's coming up in the next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, LT. Tell us about those wonderful folks.
I mean, incredible guys. Seriously, we see them. They come up here, every couple of months or so, have lunch with the guys, and unfortunately make way too many calls to Hemp Hill Services. But I want to remind you, they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus that free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Back with you on the Next Round. Before LT tells us about Bromberg's, a little announcement on the show here.
Oh,
We'll close the computer for this.
must be serious.
Can I get my tight shot, Tyler?
Wow.
I'm testing it out today.
Oh, here we go.
On that level right there. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yes.
Is that a bruise?
No, that is it's
Maggie
just a little
punched him.
little marker. That's maybe a tad lower than that.
This is why you shave the arms getting ready for the...
For the tattoo.
Okay.
Coming up
I know
on
it.
Friday's show right now, unless I chicken out. Friday's show at 12 noon.
God, I heard it hurts really bad on that bicep.
That's why I made chicken
I'm
out. But
kidding.
Friday's show, we almost got one in Nashville for SEC Media Days, thanks to Brandon Marcello and a little guy we like to call Dickle 15.
Will you let me make you some Redmont vodkas on the show Friday just to numb the pain a little bit?
If I do, I would imagine I cannot have a post-tattooed golf outing, Brown, because I would imagine it's going to be tender.
I don't know. Ask Rockstar. He's had 'em.
It'll be tender. You can still, you got to keep it covered though. They're going to give you a little cellophane thing. You got to keep it covered and washed. And when you take that first shower, you're going to see some blood.
I've seen bartenders and servers come in. They've still got that cellophane on it. They're slinging drinks.
Yeah.
What'd you do? Was that just an ink pen?
Yeah, it's a marker. I wanted to see what it looked like getting out of the shower this morning.
Well, what'd you do? Just like.
I just scribbled it like words.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a line, and as I work out in life, it's going to get bigger.
Yeah,
than
that's
tattoo
true. Yeah,
is,
that's
right?
gonna be a whole song.
The lowercase letters are going to become capital letters, right?
Jumbo.
Don't hurt yourself. Start with 10s.
I don't know if I like
I'll
it.
start with 5s.
I don't know if I like it right there, Lance. What do you think? That's a weird spot for it to me.
Again, we talked about
I'm matching.
this.
For those that don't know, I'm matching a tattoo my daughter has.
But that's not where she has it.
and
Well, she has
Leighton,
hers a little lower.
Yeah.
Leighton had asked me to, and this is what started the whole Leighton will never get a tattoo thing, asked me if the Rams won a Super Bowl, will you get a Ram tattoo? And I said, sure. This is before everything went down.
Before I gave you the ticket back.
Yeah, and look, and I'm an Aries too, so the Aries symbol in the Ram, I mean, you can kind of double up, but there's nowhere I would want to put it. Like, I can't even, there's nowhere.
I was.
I don't know the best spot.
Yeah, I don't know the best spot. I mean, look, it's your tattoo. I shouldn't.
I'd put it on your left ball.
What am I going to do with the other 8 letters?
Oh my God.
Have you thought about like back?
No, I can't stand back. I'm going on the arm.
Dude,
I can't stand back.
No, you know what I heard's coming in? Small the back. You got to do it in
Yeah,
the small
the tramp
back.
stamp.
No. I'm doing it right here. This is where I'm doing it, and I'm doing it Friday.
On the show.
Final hour of the show. 12
Right.
to 1. I will not be behind the microphone. I'll be sitting somewhere up here with a live camera.
Who's coming to do this?
We have our friends at Blakely's Bouquets. Actually, this is
I thought we were getting somebody out of the women's correctional facility.
Aliceville.
Yeah.
This is going to shock all
I'll
of
pay for that.
It's going to shock all of our viewers and all of our listeners.
What?
We have me getting a tattoo sponsored.
Yeah. What? You know, we steer away from sponsorships on this show.
We've had
No-
vasectomy sponsored, tattoos.
a little bit of everything.
So Friday, 12 Central, final hour of the show, we will have. Does it make a sound, Rockstar? The needles?
Yeah, it sounds like kind of like a dentist drill, kind of this is a soft. Zzz.
Okay. So can you sing your song about getting tattoos or the needle or whatever you sing?
Yeah.
Because we'll be doing it. Part of it will be going on during the lounge with Rockstar, which returns on Friday.
I want a stereotypical tattoo artist. I want somebody that is completely head to toe ink.
Got the loops in the ear.
Yeah, what are the loops called?
Yeah, loops, I think.
Gauges.
Gauges,
Like they
yeah.
have that with their loose earlobes.
Yeah,
I don't know what the person looks like, but it is our friends at Blakely's Bouquets who does their tattoos. So
Okay.
it's a
Okay.
specialist and it's a rare road trip.
Yeah, I didn't know they could do that,
They don't
yeah.
do roadies, but they're bringing all the equipment up here, and we're doing it up here.
Damn, so we got a tattoo artist on Friday, and we've got a nurse coming in with an IV on Monday or Tuesday.
That's right. We're the show for needles.
Wow.
The show also brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's wants to remind you they are the diamond specialist. You've been thinking about popping the question. These are the guys you need to go see. Family owned and operated since 1836. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Break, the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right. So first, let's catch everybody up. Texas is opening camp, and Jeff Banks he's just the special teams coordinator. Right, he's the special
That's all he
teams
does,
coordinator at Texas. He was the same thing at Alabama. He went to Texas when Sark went.
Yeah, had a pet monkey at one point.
I think they still do, don't they?
Oh, do they? I don't know. I don't know if family still has the monkey.
I don't know if they had to get rid of the monkey in the settlement.
Does he still have the stripper?
That I don't know either.
That would be his wife, I believe.
Yes.
Right?
Right. I believe that was the pet monkey owner.
As reported by several people, including Anwar Richardson, who covers Texas, Jeff Banks, in his meeting with the media as Texas opens up camp, everybody's on the practice field tomorrow, Friday, and we're into the season. Here's the tweet. Texas special teams coordinator Jeff Banks was asked what he'll tell his team about playing at Alabama. Again, Banks is a former assistant. Quote, "We're just going to play another road game, just as hard in Kansas and Iowa State as it is going to be in Tuscaloosa. It's just bigger and more people." Now, I would love to hear how he said that, Brown.
I would too. I mean, context is everything, right?
Context is everything.
Was he laughing?
Right.
Yeah.
So here is Texas Athletics sends out the entire news conference to its media, as most major universities do. And you'll notice that this is the answer before this question, and then something weird happens in the feed.
Okay.
I love Juan, and I'm hoping that he continues to stay healthy, because I think he'll have a role and he'll make some plays this season, whether it be on special teams or in the pass receiving game, that will help this team win.
So there's only one edit in that whole feed, and it takes out, and we'll play it again, Rockstar. Play it again. It takes out the question and his answer, but it leaves in him awkwardly laughing at the end of his comment.
There was at least some laughter, yeah.
I think he'll have a role and he'll make some plays this season, whether it be on special teams or in the pass receiving game, that will help this team win.
I mean, a little cocky laugh. Now, that's all I'm left by Texas. Out of context, I can't tell anything at all. Now, LT, does any of this matter when Texas and Alabama comes to play?
But, it's like, okay, Dunaway's going to hit you in the face with an 8-pound glove. And then Mike Tyson's going to do it. Well, he's just a professional fighter, and he's a little stronger.
Yeah, still an 8-pound glove.
Yeah, this is why it's one program, one voice. We don't like that in the media because we'd rather have
all voices,
access to all these guys
for that very reason,
because of stuff like that. But that's the reason guys like Nick Saban and Kirby Smart won't allow their guys to talk. It's just an idiotic comment. Look, I've been to a game at Kansas. It's a complete joke atmosphere. I don't even know why he would say that.
I think maybe he was kidding based on the laughter at the end.
But don't cut it if he's kidding, right?
Exactly. That's what makes it worse, is Texas cutting it out of the press conference makes it look like something Sark didn't want out there, something Texas didn't want out there, something Jeff Banks regretted saying.
Something the U.S. government didn't want out there.
I mean,
does it involve aliens?
Because let me play this. Let me just play it. Yeah, guys, it's just like going to Iowa State or Kansas. There's just more people, right? Of course not. Yeah. I mean, if the laughter shows, of course, I'm kidding.
Right.
I'm kidding.
If it shows the sarcasm, you need to leave it in there.
That's right. Leave it in there. I don't know.
And by the way, he said it. You should leave it in there anyway.
That's true. I agree. He said it. I honestly...
Yeah, it looks so bad taking that out.
No, it looks terrible taking it out because I really don't think it's that big a deal. I know you said you felt like it's a little bit of a deal, but... I mean, that's kind of the way you have to approach it is if I build up the game at Alabama more than the game at Iowa State or Kansas.
I may lose the Kansas game.
I may lose the Iowa State or Kansas game, or I may oversell this game to my team in Tuscaloosa.
Which, by the way, has sort of been the recent history in Texas, right? They've dropped a couple of those games they're not supposed to drop.
The only reason I don't agree with it is it just sounds so ridiculous.
I don't disagree with you, but let me ask you the question. If Nick Saban, if we had Nick Saban on, Nick Saban will be on the show soon in the next couple of weeks, all right?
Are we going to ask him how many, to bring Justice Haynes down, how many 5-year-olds?
No, we will not ask him that. But if you did ask Nick Saban, which one scares you most, Coach, the game at Texas A&M or the game at Kentucky? How do you think he answers that?
Right now, I'm worried about the game against Middle Tennessee State.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's probably how he answers.
I mean, that's coach speak, and that may have been what he was doing. I mean,
you guys don't realize that every Saturday in the SEC on the road is an absolute battle.
Okay, but let's assume he didn't answer it that way. Let's assume he says, "Do you guys want to ask me about any games on the schedule?" All right, which one scares you most, Coach? At Texas A&M or at Kentucky? How's he going to answer that? How will Nick Saban answer that?
I don't know.
I think they all scare me.
I don't think he would ever allow the question.
Yeah, he would not, by any stretch of the imagination.
He's not going to single one out.
Make the game at Texas A&M any more important than the game at Kentucky, right? Even though everybody in the world agrees it's more difficult to play at Texas A&M than it is at Kentucky.
There is so much better ways to answer the question than Jeff Bates did.
Don't disagree. But I'm saying if you just bypass the bad PR, what he's saying is not wrong. Is it going to be more difficult to play in Tuscaloosa? Of course it is. Everybody in the world knows it's more difficult to play Alabama in Tuscaloosa than Iowa State and Ames or Kansas and Lawrence.
And it has nothing to do with geography.
You can't sell your team on that, though.
Yeah.
Your team has to try to approach it, and this is the way Nick Saban does it. Nick Saban tries to sell us every year in the tweener week that Chattanooga is just as important as Auburn. Chattanooga is just as important as Tennessee. Chattanooga is just as important as Georgia. Do I believe that? No, I do not. Yeah. And I bet most of his players don't, but Nick Saban tries to sell them on it.
Or as Gene Stallings used to say, until you lose that game.
That's
and then
right.
everyone's going to be like, how'd you lose to Kansas or Iowa State? One other thought on this. Does it actually impact the game when somebody says, quote unquote, we don't even have bulletin boards anymore, but things that make it into the media, does it impact the game? Some people would tell you it does not, that the best team still is going to win, the team that, it won't impact the score of the game and all that. And I believe that. I truly believe that, those emotional type comments can only do so much for the outcome of a game. But then I go back sometimes to like Shad Williams' Alabama team that went down to Baton Rouge and beat Nick Saban's LSU team. And we've heard a number of stories from that game where they were all week long. They had played up. Nick Saban said this about Alabama, this and this. And
which was a leaked locker room the transcript of a leaked locker room conversation. There was
allegedly.
There was I don't think Saban admits to even saying any of it.
Right. But Dennis Franchione and those guys
they played it up.
And his players were like, don't you go shake his hand. Don't go pregame. Don't go shake his hand. And Franchione stayed at the goalpost, never went and shook his hand pregame. And
then there was a confrontation postgame.
And I think Nick told him, I never said any of that stuff because it had gotten out into the press. And did Alabama play an inspired game that night?
Well, it seemed like it. Didn't they win 31-0 or something like that?
I was there, freezing my ass off, and I had LSU. I think -3.5.
Yeah, that was coming off the Bluegrass Miracle, and there was I can't even remember what Saban supposedly had said in the locker room.
Yeah.
I just know that Alabama team, up until Franchione pulled a Franchione, they were maybe the best team in college football.
They were really good. But that night they seemed like a different team. And LSU probably was flat coming off the Bluegrass Miracle. There were probably a lot of things that collided in that game.
Yeah, maybe they weren't that good because they had to have the Bluegrass Miracle just to beat Kentucky.
I don't know, but that was a different ball game than you thought it was going to be, and I thought it was going to be, and probably even Bama Dunaway over there.
But we do love this rhetoric around these games. I mean, how many people are talking? It still won't go away. What you've got with Nathaniel Hackett and Sean Payton, what you've got Week 5 coming up with the Broncos and the Jets.
With that in mind, we'll jump into that story when we come back. The show being brought to you by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors. Our friends at Harbin's can change the way maybe you're putting in a pool.
Yeah, again, I was having a conversation about Gerry and his team this past Saturday and wishing that I had a one-stop shop back in the day like Harbin's Outdoors is. They're an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, its final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. And tell Jeremy the next round sent you.
Samuel says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, I mean, everyone doubted Georgia last year, and that motivated them. You heard the players. They said we were going to go 7-5. They said we couldn't repeat. I mean, they talked about it as a rallying cry all year.
Nobody ever said that either. Yeah. Nobody predicted them at 7-5, but somehow Kirby convinced them.
And they're already now saying, what was the quote yesterday from the All Blacks? I've already forgotten it.
I have too.
Great motivation, Jim.
Better never rest.
Yay, team.
Better never rest.
Better never rest.
Better never rest.
Yeah, let me tell Paul that I thought they were playing like the best team in college football at the end of the year. That Georgia game was in September. That was in the heat. I think it was a close game. I think a blocked field goal cost Alabama. In the Oklahoma game, it was really Oklahoma's fake punt. You guys remember that?
No.
On their side of the field that really swung the momentum there.
No, that was a different game. That was Shula. The Oklahoma game was in Norman. and it's the one where Alabama came back and got the lead and then led a late drive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then a late fumble ended it.
But again, you guys remember how good that Alabama team was playing at the
they
end
were
of the
very
year.
good. I don't disagree with you.
Bob says, will the SEC allow horns down? We talked about that a couple of weeks ago. It'd be like any other taunting. If it's done with your teammates or to the crowd, the actual gesture itself isn't going to be flagged. It is how it's used. Is it at another player or in the course of running down the field or something like that? If it's taunting, it's taunting. But just the gesture itself will not be flagged. That from the SEC head of officials when we were in Nashville at SEC Media Days. And you can go back and see all of our coverage from SEC Media Days, including a lot of interviews that maybe you haven't seen yet. It's there forever. Great way to spend the next 24 days leading into the start of the college football season by going to our YouTube page, liking, subscribing, give us a thumbs up on all the videos you watch, and then go by and sit down and catch up on some of the great interviews with some of college football's best media outlets, a couple of players, Hugh Freeze. You know how it works at SEC Media Days. That's available for you at Next Round Live on our YouTube channel. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Listen, I think it's always important that it's just when you say thoughts and prayers to people, it's not just to people who are famous or in the news or anything. So our thoughts and prayers to anyone who is battling, diseases and cancers and things in their lives. But in the football world, Brent Venables yesterday, as Oklahoma opens camp, made the announcement that his wife, Julie, is battling breast cancer, just had breast cancer surgery. They'll find out soon whether or not she'll need chemo or radiation. The doctors are optimistic they caught it early. I've recently had one friend in my group that had a double mastectomy, and then another friend who just got diagnosed and the surgery is happening. So all kinds of cancers and other illnesses affect everyone in life. So our thoughts and prayers to everyone who's battling through that, including the Venables, who made that announcement yesterday. More college football news coming up. And by the way, our friend Chip Brown, who was in the room yesterday at Austin, sending us information on that. We'll get back into that coming up at the top of the hour. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's today.
Yeah, Odie's Tavern. It's Wednesday, Rocky, and that means Odie's.
Oh, 3 bells.
Trivia.
And a clap.
Team trivia. Me, Rockstar, Will Haver will be back all together for the first time in a while. Come join us. Get there a little early. Enjoy the incredible food. Rodney Davis has been cooking up for more than 3 decades. Delicious burgers, incredible wings, the great sandwiches, ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. You have an opportunity to see Rocky play live. It's a ton of fun. Birmingham Institution, right there in Crestline Village. It is Odie's Tavern.
Rockstar, give me cut number 2. Nathaniel Hackett was the short-term head coach at the Denver Broncos last year. And just to catch people up, just in a very little bit of a nutshell, what did Sean Payton say about him?
He said it was the worst coaching job in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, that's a good nutshell there.
10 sets of dirty hands, I believe. Was
yeah, so Nathaniel Hackett is now the offensive coordinator with the New York Jets. His short term as a head coach is over. He's back to being their offensive coordinator. He used to be the offensive coordinator back when Aaron Rodgers, they were together in Green Bay. In fact, Aaron Rodgers has called him, since the Payton comments, his favorite NFL coach of all time, the guy who he had the most fun with. He respects him as a man and all that. Well, Hackett finally was behind a microphone yesterday at Jets camp, and he was asked about Sean Payton's comments, and here's what Nathaniel Hackett had to say.
I've been involved in this business my whole life, 43 years. And as a coach, as a coach's kid, we live in a glass house. We know that. We all live in different rooms. We all got a key for it. And it's one of those things that there's a code, there's a way things are done in that house. And, this past week, it's frustrating and it sucks, but we're all susceptible to it. There are things that you do, mistakes you make, and it costs you time on the field, costs you your job, all those things. And I own all that stuff. I mean, it's that fact. I got no excuses. That's how we live here at the New York Jets. That's how we've lived everywhere I've been. No excuses. So I own all those things. And it's unfortunate that had to happen, the comments that were made. But, hey, they did. I'll tell you, I was probably more surprised that they happened now. Was definitely expecting them in Week 5. So I'm almost thankful that we got that, out of the way. We all understand where certain people feel and think.
Sean broke that code, violated that code?
I do, and I just think that within this glass house that we all live in, and it's one of those things. It's very expected. I mean, you knew it was going to happen. You knew he was going to handle it that way at some point. It's how it was going all last year, and but hey, now it is what it is, and we move on.
So he does say, I think Sean Payton broke the code. That coaches don't say what he said about other coaches.
I think more interesting is that Sean Payton, he knew he was going to say this. I did such a shitty job that it was going to come out sooner or later.
I thought it'd be Week 5.
And I really thought it would be more players behind the scenes saying the culture is night and day. If the Denver jumps out to a 3-1 or a 4-0 start before that game, the culture's so different, the coaching's different, all that. I could have seen it go that direction.
And here's why I love our medium. Because I hear that a little differently. He sort of said, it was already happening last year, almost like he was hearing that Sean Payton was telling Denver ownership how bad of a job he was doing, and it was getting back to Hackett that Sean Payton was already saying this stuff privately last year. I knew it was going to come out because he was already saying it.
Or was he saying it publicly on the Fox set?
Yeah, maybe that was it too. I don't know because I didn't watch him on Fox.
He is Sean Payton was such a tune-out to me. I thought he was the worst personality on Fox last year. So when he would talk, I typically wasn't listening. But maybe he was just critical the entire year.
Yeah, maybe that was it. I don't know.
LT not breaking the code right there on broadcasters.
I would say, though, I thought Hackett handled that very well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's had plenty of time, though, before he got behind the mic.
Yeah, it wasn't Jimbo Fisher seething behind the mic the very next day after Dunaway trapped Nick Saban.
But let's see how it comes off on the Hard Knocks cameras. First episode is August the 8th. You would imagine this is a big part of it.
Oh, I hope they were rolling the first time Hackett saw these quotes. Yeah.
But I
didn't think about that, Jim.
You got players reacting.
Yeah.
You got them coming up to Hackett.
Yeah.
We got you, man. You got Aaron Rodgers mic'd up.
Yeah, maybe even Aaron Rodgers' first conversation with him.
Yeah. I saw a snippet of Aaron Rodgers mic'd up talking to the quarterbacks. They were breaking down the QBs, the Qs as they call them, in their little group there. Qs on 3 is the break. The Qs. And the quarterback coach is like, hey, Aaron, what you got for us? So it's Aaron's time to break the huddle, and Aaron's like, listen, man, let's enjoy every second out here today. As you get older, gray beard like me, you realize that this doesn't last forever, so let's just have a good time, absorb everything during lunch period. Let's make sure we don't sit in our group. Let's sit in other people's groups, sit with somebody different every day during camp so we can build up a little team unity, spread this out. I mean, all this from Aaron
different
Rodgers.
guy, man.
Yeah, Lance is right. It does feel like a different guy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this. I want to watch Hard Knocks this year because I think the Jets, we did our most fascinating teams in college football, and we could do the same exercise in the NFL. The Jets are at the top of the list, so I want to watch Hard Knocks. But I'm afraid to watch Hard Knocks because I'm afraid I'm going to start liking Aaron Rodgers. I really am.
But see, is there?
But
I'll
give him a shot. I'm going to watch.
But is there a chance though that sometimes people are in bad circumstances or at a bad place in their life where they're dealing with something, and sometimes it could be a toxic relationship personally or professionally, and it makes them act differently, and maybe that's the person you felt you became disliked. You disliked that part of Aaron Rodgers' chapter, and now that he's sort of cleansed himself of maybe those toxic situations, whether it's in his personal life or his professional life, that this version of Aaron Rodgers, you could say, all right, I like this version of Aaron Rodgers. Because I know in Jim Dunaway's life that there are different points in my life that I would imagine people from that period of time saw one Jim Dunaway and feel a certain way, and then different people this one, if they talked, they'd be like, no, that's not my experience with him at all.
I think people grow, and I think people should be given that opportunity. And I will say this, unfairly from where I sit, I only see 3% of Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes. He could be the best guy in the world. He could be the worst guy in the world. Just based on the way he handled the Green Bay situation, I wasn't a fan. I love how he's handling the New York situation. And I do think people should get second chances. I mean, people in early relationships don't necessarily, operate the same way they operate in a relationship 10 or 15 years later. Yeah. I mean, people do evolve. They change. They learn from their mistakes. So, boy, I hate to get soft today, but I'm going to give Aaron Rodgers a second chance.
Lance is going to watch Hard Knocks, everybody.
Yeah, and that is why Cooper Kupp did not tear his ACL yesterday. When we come back, we will get a little more clarification on what went on in Austin yesterday from Jeff Banks. Chip's going to give us a little insider information. He's sent us the
I've got it.
The full comment. Okay.
We've got the audio. We've got
it
it marked. I'm going to get it to the back room so you guys will hear in full, unedited, what Jeff Banks said.
And how he said it. The audio is coming up either in the next segment or two segments, depending on how fast Forster is. You go ahead and leave. Oh, no, you can't.
I got it. I just need to. Who am I sending it to Forster?
Is it audio or video?
It's audio.
I need you to tell us about Woodhouse first.
I can do that.
Woodhouse Day Spa, a great chance to relax before football season kicks off 24 days from now. But some of you are already hustling to get back to school. What a great gift to mom who's gone shopping and has made sure the kids are up and going. What a great gift.
Boy, I'm so pissed kids got to go back to school next week. I just got to say that. I hate it.
Some are already back.
Shouldn't go back until Labor Day. We've said that a million times. Again, though, if you want to treat that special someone to the gift of luxury, if mom's going to be picking the kids up, dropping them off, or how about this? Go on and get her a gift card, set her up with one of the 70 options, from the massage to the body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. And once the kids are in school, she can go treat herself between those hours. You can order the gift cards 24/7 online at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online, or go right now. Go see the fine folks at the Woodhouse Day Spa located at the Summit Shopping Centers, and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, 1 hour down, 3 to go today. Hour number 2 starting now. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, Tyler punching the buttons today. Taylor Korn, quick little vacation time. So as we discussed today, what do we come up with? 3 men it takes to replace Little T when she's gone with all our social media work?
I think 2 are doing it today, but at one point, as you pointed out, probably 3 were doing what Little T now does.
Yeah, so it takes 3 men to replace 1 woman up here at The Next Round when Little T's out. So she's on a quick vacation. We may check in with her at some point today, tomorrow, or Friday before she makes it back up here and gets ready for the football season, which starts in 24 days. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com.
They want you to see America and extend that sweet southern summer as long as you can with the newer used RV from Johnston RV Center. New travel trailers starting at just $139 a month. If you do the math on that, that is less than $5 a day. Do you think it's worth $5 a day to go see America? Absolutely,
yes.
Of course.
America?
2023 fifth wheels, Jimmy Dunaway's America even. 2023 fifth wheels from $439 a month. And all those of you that are active duty or retired military personnel, hope you know how much we appreciate you. Johnston RV Center does as well. All that you've done for our great country, They appreciate it, and they give you great discounts because of that. So that is active duty or retired military personnel. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
In this segment, a little something on streaming rights and realignment, but very short. We won't spend a lot of time on it. And Brown with a fascinating question that he told me earlier this week that he may have forgotten, but I will get to that coming up.
Okay.
Either in this segment or the next.
Chances are I've forgotten.
But we are not a show that stays on something too long or very long. Sometimes the old radio geeks used to tell us, the advisors would say, you guys need to double back and do more of this or this. And
now we had a show that would go 4 hours on one topic, which it seems tough.
It's hard. We've never done it like that. And it's so hard. And some of you may jump in and we'll hit it back again a little bit. But just to put a full bow on the Jeff Banks comments here, just another road game, bigger, more people is what he said about Texas coming to play Alabama in week 2, compared it a little bit to Texas and Iowa State. We've seen all the context. Texas edited out of their video feed, but we have audio thanks to our buddy Chip Brown, who covers Texas. His official site is the Rivals site, right?
Yeah. Horns 247.
Yeah, Horns 247.
That'd be the 247 site.
Yeah, so it's the 247, not the Rivals site. So it's not the Rivals or the On3 site.
That's right.
It's the 24/7 site.
Correct, Jim. You got it. You got it right, Jim.
Chip's on the show all the time, and he sent us the audio. So he has the audio. He was in the room. Chip was in the room. So here's exactly what Jeff Banks said, and you judge it for yourself.
Yeah, two things. One, the Tuscaloosa thing is it. I mean, hey, look, this stadium's just as electric and just as hard for an opponent to play in as Tuscaloosa. So it's another game. And we just want to be able to finish better in the fourth quarter of every game last season that we had. We felt like last season there was a few games we finished really well in, and there's a couple we would love to have back, and who knows how that season goes, right? So the biggest thing is what can we prevent in the future? And the biggest part of that again in Tuscaloosa is we're going to have to win the fourth quarter, and that's going to be mostly my conversation. All the other stuff, it means nothing. To be really honest with you, it really doesn't mean anything. We're just going to play another road game just as hard at Kansas and Iowa State as it is going to be at Tuscaloosa. It's just bigger and more people. But to be honest, we're going to have the same challenges as those teams. As far as going to the SEC, when Sark initially had said that to me, hey, there's a thing coming out in a week or two about us going to the SEC. I was like, we just left there for that reason. So we don't have to play all these guys, right? But obviously, we knew when we got here that if we want to try to win a championship, a national championship, we were going to have to beat the SEC eventually, because it always runs through the SEC, whether it's Bama, Georgia, LSU, if you just look at the last 10 years. So we knew it wasn't about building a Big 12 team, a team to win the Big 12 championship. Sure, we have to do that first, but the demographic of the player, the specs of the player, the length, the wing, the arm length, the height, the girth, the interior lines, being able to manage and control strength-wise the interior lines and size to stop the run and run the ball. Like, all those things were part of what we were talking about to the staff and recruiting of what we wanted to build.
Yeah, I know. To me, the most interesting part was what he was saying about him and Sark's conversation about going to the
agree.
SEC.
That was a shot at the Big 12.
Wait, we just got here. We don't want to play those guys.
We don't want to play those guys.
I can't believe
he
they
obviously
edited
said that was joking, right? No, we just left those guys. That's one of the reasons we came here, so we don't have to play those guys.
In context, to me, that doesn't sound nearly as bad as people painted it.
I agree.
And to pull that out, it makes no sense.
Yeah, not at all.
Like, I wonder now, hearing it, if one of the reasons Texas pulled it out is how bad it made.
Yeah.
Like, I'm taking the Texas job to get away from how tough the SEC is.
I think you're probably right.
I mean, that was a shot at the current Big 12.
Yeah.
And it also makes it sound like you're a little scared to go back to the SEC.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I'm with you. I'm glad we heard the whole quote, because that, to me, was the more interesting part than what he said about Bryant-Denny Stadium. I thought that was a nothing burger.
But the whole time I'm sitting here listening to this, I'm thinking, why is the special teams coordinator doing an interview?
Why's he even talking?
Why is the special teams guy doing the interview?
Somebody said he looks like the Hispanic Tom Luganbill.
Maybe so.
I think Banks has got a really good tan.
He does have a good tan.
So there you go. And that's the end of that. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think anything will come of this. Again, now that I've heard it, I think Texas might have been trying to hide what he said about the Big 12 and them going to the SEC.
That is Jeff Banks, Texas special teams coach from our friends at 24/7, Chip Brown, who comes on the show frequently. We appreciate him sending us that. Our friends at Way to Wellness can help you get your life right with some great numbers, not just weight loss, but also blood pressure, cholesterol numbers, and all of that. Get those numbers in check. As you age, those numbers can get out of whack. Eat healthy. They have a plan that they will design specifically for you. No cookie-cutter plan with Leslie and her board-certified team. All you have to do is go to their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is absolutely free because you're a next-round customer. Again, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first visit is free with our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. All right, one quick expansion talk comment, and then to Brown's fascinating question that we may have to think about over a commercial break, okay?
All right.
But
I'll be interested in hearing my question.
But first on the expansion front, ACC first. Florida State, Miami, and Clemson all sort of got together, and they're chancellors, and had a little conversation. Would you say they are the three football power brokers in the ACC? Florida State, Clemson, Miami.
Yeah, Miami's living on a lot of history.
Yeah, it is on history, but I would say those are your three. They got to be.
Florida State and Clemson are in better shape right now, but yeah.
I don't know what you make of this, but Florida State's board chairman, Peter Collins, says about the ACC grants of rights, that is not the document that will prevent us from making a move.
Which is interesting. Again, money solves a lot of problems. I got a friend that says it's only a problem if time or money can't solve it, right? Other than that, it's not a problem. If time or money can solve it, it's not a real problem. I think money can solve this one. It just seems like an excessive amount of money that is going to solve this issue.
But what you got to figure out, look, we've been in situations like this, and it seems like a big number on the front end.
That's right.
But you play it out in the future. Once you get to that point where it's paid off, then it's well worth it.
Well, and on top of that.
And where everything's going, by the way, in college football.
On top of that, like, there are times, let's just use this as an example, Dunaway, to boil this down to the people watching and listening to this show. Let's say you're under a contract and the contract ends and you're leaving a company, but you got some post-contractual obligations to that company.
That's
no
right.
competes and things like that, right? Which is kind of what this will be. At some point, that company realizes I've made my last dollar off this person. So anything I can get is more than I'm ever going to make in the future off this person again. Now, the difference there is technically ESPN could say, if I hold every Florida State home game for the next 13 years, I am making that money off that. So, but I mean, you wonder at what point do they say, yeah, but this much up front is worth not having that money for the next 13 years.
Yeah, but what if they're going to a ESPN, ABC owned and operated property? Then it becomes a little easier because it's just, which column is going in.
But there again, that's only the SEC.
That is, which is what I always go back to, Brandon.
Yeah.
All this talk from our buddy Michael Alford, who used to be in Tuscaloosa. We're friends with him. We love him. Great guy.
Yep.
Who's now the athletic director of Florida State. All this conversation of possibly, wanting better media rights, getting paid more money so they can keep up with the Big Ten and the SEC at Florida State, Clemson, Miami, any of the ACC schools, because they're lagging a little bit behind, but they're better than the Big 12, obviously better than the Pac-12. But if you talk about leaving the ACC, it always comes to me, well, where are you going?
Yeah.
I mean, what offer do you have?
That's right.
Has the Big Ten offered you
yeah,
something?
who wants them?
Has the SEC offered you something? I mean, would Florida State be attractive
I think
to the Big Ten?
To the Big Ten, yes.
For what reason?
For the Florida market.
I know why, yeah.
For the Florida market. They don't have that footprint. Yeah.
That's right.
That's the only reason. I mean, the SEC's already there. The SEC doesn't need Florida State.
Okay, but let me ask you this. You question Oregon's academic
I was about to ask this question
background, would you not question Florida State's too?
Well, based on some of the people I know that have graduated from Florida State, yes. But I really don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
And I don't care.
I have always heard it's a little lenient on the academics. I could be wrong.
We'll ask our good friend Taylor Tannenbaum, who's a Florida State grad, next time she's on.
But
I
mean,
how tough academically it is.
I'm with you. I wouldn't spend 2 seconds thinking about that, but apparently the Big Ten does.
Yeah.
To a certain extent. Now, if the Big Ten thinks this strengthens their TV, and I don't know that it does. I really don't think it strengthens their TV. It gets them in the state of Florida, so maybe that does.
Well,
I don't know.
I would tell you that, Jacksonville obviously is a big enough market to where it's got an NFL franchise. Tampa, Orlando are big enough markets where they garner some professional sports. And Florida State is big in those markets.
Well, and I'll tell you the other thing that comes into play here is Michigan, the state of Michigan, and the state of Ohio have a lot of retired people that live in the state of Florida.
Yeah. Or just people who have graduated who live in Tampa, Orlando, Miami.
Yeah, those are big alumni bases, and many of them have retired or have just chosen, I don't want to live in this terrible weather. I'm going to move to Florida. So in theory, it could increase your TV numbers a little bit in those markets.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, this is all about money. I said that yesterday with Oregon and Washington. If I'm a Big Ten school, there's this race to the projections are in the future, the Big Ten payout per school will be $80 to $100 million. If I'm Northwestern, I've already got that money in my mind. You, as the Big Ten commissioner, whatever that cat's name is now, you got to convince me, bringing in Oregon and Washington, I'm not going to lose $1 of that $80 million.
Right.
80 is still my basement.
That's right. I'm still going to get my 80.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you tell me how that's going to work, and I'll vote yes.
Yeah.
But if you can't tell me how that's going to work, I ain't voting yes.
Yeah. And tell me down the road, is that going to make us go up?
Yeah.
Or I'm going to get 100. Or
It's 100 down my
120,
basement, and we're going to make 120 maybe. You know.
In the same way with Florida State. That's what I'm always asking is if Florida State or Clemson or them aren't happy with the ACC, aren't happy with their ESPN ABC deal, and ESPN's not going to give them any more money, where are you going to go?
Yeah.
Where are you going to go? And LT floated, could they, get together and start their own new conference? I guess they could.
I think everything's on the table. I mean, if you brought 8 really big name brand programs, I think you could find a television venue there. Florida State, actually 55 out of 443 national universities. And they said that it's
so it's 55th
indicator of excellence. Yeah, I think 110 was Oregon yesterday.
Oh wow, better than Oregon. Do you have the list, or are you just looking at where they're ranked?
Because that Oregon degree, you're just basically drooling on paper at that point.
I saw the top 20 yesterday. The SEC had 2 in the top 20: Vanderbilt and Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, Bobby was right yesterday that Florida was second in academics.
I would just like maybe in the future, if we have this discussion, we do it like we do recruiting. Give me the neighborhood they're in, right? Like if you told me Florida State. Oh, Dartmouth is at 51. Florida State's 52. I'm like, okay, it means something to me now.
Florida State's ranking, they're 55th in National University, 19th in top public schools, 3rd in insurance, 8th in real estate.
3rd in insurance.
I mean,
put them in the conference.
But they're only 67th in nursing.
The Big Ten could be in good hands with Florida State. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We'll tell you about the backyard tour in a second. But one more realignment conversation involves the Pac-12. We talked briefly yesterday about their television deal. It comes out, Brown, after we leave yesterday that the primary amount of that deal is streaming with Apple, which is what they wanted to avoid, but that's where the most money it comes from. The question becomes exposure, and the number is actually lower than the Big 12 and ACC deal, so Apple's not overpaying for it. It's actually lower than the traditional Fox and ESPN deals with the other conferences.
So let me just say this. Streaming is not a bad idea for the Pac-12 because streaming doesn't work. Streaming's a bad idea for the Pac-12 because there's not enough interest for streaming to work. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like if the SEC did not do a deal with ESPN, but they did a deal with Apple TV.
We would all find a way to stream on Apple TV.
Everybody watching this show right now that's an SEC fan would buy an Apple TV.
Well, I think most college football fans will find a way to stream on Apple. There's a big difference. The Pac-12 network was a standalone. You had to go to like Fubo and some other different Hulu. I forgot exactly what I had, Sling.
Where you couldn't get it was DirecTV. I know that.
But Apple is pretty major. The problem lies Apple doesn't do any production. So all the production is going to be on the Pac-12 schools. And so when you have a television contract with ESPN or Fox or CBS, they handle the production.
That's right.
You think the Pac-12 really wants their schools to handle the production, and how much cost is involved in that?
They handle the production in most football. Now, there's a lot of basketball where the school is producing. You're watching it on SEC Network, but it's a school production.
Yeah, and they do some football, too, in the SEC.
Yeah.
The SEC, when they built the SEC Network, every school built their own little broadcast center.
But now the high-end stuff, that's all still produced by the main players,
the better games.
Yeah, but Apple, it's 100%.
No, you're right.
Yeah. I find it interesting that the number came in lower. I thought they would choose Apple if they ended up going that direction because Apple would overpay for it, but Apple is not overpaying for it.
Because it's the Pac-12.
Well, yeah, because
it's Pac-12.
They'd overpay for the SEC.
And by the way, they've overpaid for Lionel Messi because, he's got part of the streaming deal with Apple now. That's part of his contract with Inter Miami, and so far so good. More subscribers coming in to watch Lionel Messi play on Apple streaming. He's getting a little money off of that. Interesting with the Pac-12. If you think anything's coming quickly on a school changing away from the Pac-12, nothing yet, but I will tell you this. Jed Fish, if you don't know who he is, the head coach at Arizona, had a video conference with all the parents of his football players yesterday and saying conference alignment, we will know what we're doing long term very soon. So he was telling the parents, don't panic, don't start pulling your kids out of Arizona because you're worried about where we're going, what conference going to be in. You will know very soon. So he had a conference call basically with every parent of his football team yesterday after this news came out, telling them you'll know very soon where we're heading. I can't tell you yet, but you'll know very soon our long-term home for Arizona football.
I find that interesting.
Yeah. To me, it sounds like stay by. We'll be coming to a Big 12 city near you.
Well,
very soon.
wouldn't you think if you 100% knew you were staying in the Pac-12, you would have said that?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not saying that means they're leaving, but if I 100% knew I wasn't leaving, I would be telling parents right now, we are staying in the Pac-12. No worries.
Okay, here's Brown's question. I want to give you a whole commercial break to think about it, but first let me tell you about the Bud Light Backyard Tour coming to Birmingham on August the 8th. It is featuring Seaforth. Bud Light wants to make it easier for you to get the most out of summer, so they're giving away over 300 tickets. Enter now for a chance to win your tickets. BudLightBackyard.com. BudLightBackyard.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding the state of Florida. 21 or more to enter. You must be 21 to enter. It's the Bud Light Backyard Tour, August 8th here in Birmingham with Seaforth. BudLightBackyard.com. BudLightBackyard.com. Here's Brown's question from earlier this week, because Georgia is number one in our 40 and 40. We unveiled it yesterday. By the way, first AP poll comes out August the 14th. At 11 Central Time. We'll react to that live here on the show, August 14th. Georgia's number one in our ranking. Your ranking, our ranking, everyone's ranking.
God's ranking.
Georgia's number one. Brown says, universally we'll all agree Herschel Walker is the greatest Georgia player of all time. Brown wants to know who is second or third. So give me second, third, or fourth greatest Georgia players of all time. And we're giving you Herschel as number one. We'll talk about that and do a lot more when we come back right here on your home for football. It's the Next Round.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles. And our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Summer is here. School is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
An impossible question Brown asked about Georgia.
That's what I do best.
Other than Herschel Walker, greatest player of all time. They're number one. They're in the middle of a dynasty. Who knows when that dynasty will end? They've won 2. They're trying to become the first modern poll-era team to win 3 straight national championships. They're number 1 in our rankings. They're number 1 in the CBS Sports preseason rankings. We'll see where they are in the AP poll. We'll get into that in just a second. But first, New Life Art brings us Rockstars viewing menu every day on the show.
Yeah, our friend artist Daniel Moore has announced that next masterwork in oils. Legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting. The Crimson Legacy features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. You can order right now, DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
You know, in theaters tonight, we have a new rendition of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No,
it's an animated feature. I think it's written by Seth Rogen. Now, I want to give you the cast, and just tell me if it is not the most random cast you've ever heard. Jackie Chan, John Cena, Seth Rogen, Giancarlo Esposito, Ice Cube, Post Malone, Hannibal Buress.
Wow, that's a
wild one.
It's a wide variety of different, and so they basically just voice over it.
Yeah, it's an animated film.
Animated film, okay.
Or CGI, which is a weird, different. Lunsford have to tell me about this new kind of animation they're doing. It's really weird looking.
I don't like adult animation.
You didn't like Sausage Party?
I didn't see it. You know, when I was a kid, Heavy Metal was one of those films that I really liked. But since, I get into the Pixar with the kids.
I mean, it's still a kid's movie.
Okay.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's done kind of sort of like Spider-Verse has been done. Not exactly that way, but
I enjoyed Spider-Verse.
I think it's NC-17. No, I don't know.
So it's not animated
TVMA.
like Toy Story was.
No, it's kind of a new way. I think Spider-Verse kind of set the stage, and different people are kind of doing.
It's real weird. It kind of looks like a painting. It's just weird. I watched the trailer in here with Lunsford one day, and I was like, the animation is so
not
odd.
as smooth, right?
No, it's like it's very glitchy. I don't know.
It's almost anime.
PG.
It's almost anime, right?
Where are you, though, on adult animation, Lunsford? Because I like The Simpsons growing up. I don't like it anymore. I don't like King of the Hill. I don't like...
Family Guy? South Park?
Family Guy.
Family Guy. Family Guy. I love Family Guy.
Family Guy's hilarious.
I love Futurama.
Yeah.
South Park I like all right. Simpsons I like all right. Movie-wise, I'm not a big fan of it.
What's the one where the guy's the federal agent?
American Dad, where he works for the CIA?
Yeah.
That's another Seth MacFarlane thing.
Some of the and I don't watch
Bob's Burgers. They're all good.
Some of the stuff Family Guy gets away with, nobody else. They get away with it because it's animated. I mean, it's funny stuff.
And they get away with it because once they cancel it, they realize we need it back, and so now they're going to let it do whatever.
Yeah.
Which one has
whatever
the
they want.
alien?
That's American Dad
again.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim, you've seen American Dad.
What
Apparently
happens?
I've seen
There's
American
a fish
Dad.
in a bowl that talks. Which one's that?
American Dad.
Okay. And then tonight on next Netflix, this is one Lance will like, Poisoned, the dirty truth about your food. Through revealing interviews with experts and victims' family, this gripping documentary examines the problem of deadly foodborne illnesses in the U.S. This seems like an uplifting thing to watch tonight.
Wow. You know what we watched last night, me and the boys? We watched They Cloned Tyrone on Netflix.
Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx. Yeah, it was very unique the way they did it. Have you seen it, Lunsford?
No, I need to watch it.
I will
It
not
looks
be
funny.
surprised if it's nominated for like Best Comedy Golden Globe. Jamie Foxx is really good in it.
I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Yeah.
I like John Boyega personally. I mean, and it's got a pretty good cast.
Yeah, he's really good, and he plays totally against type. The thing is, man, it's one of those that it's deep, it's futuristic, but it's got a lot of twist, so you got to pay attention. And it's a comedy.
That's what I got.
And that's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. So Brown asked the question off if we all agree it's Herschel Walker, and it is Herschel Walker.
I think that's pretty universal.
After that, you go 2, 3, 4, 5, however deep you want to go. And I will say, off the top of my head and doing research, tip of the cap to Sinkwich and Trippy, but they played before I was alive.
Maybe even Fran Tarkenton. I don't.
Fran
yeah, I
Tarkenton,
gotta-
tip of the hat.
Yeah, those guys are obviously really, really good players. But
Now, when I was a kid,
I'm going to go more modern day here.
When I was a kid, Jake Scott was wonderful in the NFL, but
Yeah.
tip of the cap to him. Played at a different time.
Yeah, all mine are in my lifetime.
Yeah, played at a different time.
Yeah.
And I think that's the way we all do this, that for the most part, it is what we saw. And I think Georgia's history is good enough that you can go by players you saw at Georgia. I would also say, in my opinion, and you guys may differ, you have to take out their NFL career.
That's hard to do.
Right.
Now, all mine, well, 2 of mine were good NFL players. But I saw them play at Georgia, too, and they were every bit as good at Georgia as they were in the NFL.
Okay, so it's up for debate.
Okay.
But my top 2.
So the question is, if you assume Herschel Walker's the best Georgia player of all time, I brought this up on Georgia Day, who would you say second? Because it's one of the rare schools where I think everybody's unified who the best player is.
Yeah.
And they've put out a lot of good players, but I think everybody's unified as Herschel.
You've got 2. I've got 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
my 2, one of them's a kicker, Kevin Butler, but he was so damn good at Georgia. If you watched him play, Kevin Butler's...
It's hard to go kicker.
It
Would you
is.
say he's better than Rodrigo Blankenship, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because he didn't, I don't know if he kicked in a national championship game, but he didn't miss a kick that cost him a national championship game.
I think
and it's hard because a lot of people don't like him as a broadcaster. But David Pollock, while he was at Georgia, I think was a dominant player.
Oh, there's no think about it. He was a dominant
so
player.
David
Yeah.
Pollock is my answer.
Okay. I don't have a problem with it. I've got 3 guys, and David Pollock is one of them.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yep. Champ Bailey, David Pollock, Hines Ward.
Champ Bailey is right here with me, too.
Yeah.
And Champ Bailey, David Pollock, Hines Ward.
Bailey played both ways, right?
Who? Bailey.
Champ Bailey
yeah.
played both ways.
Absolutely.
A little bit, yeah. It was after Charles Woodson.
And he had better numbers than Charles Woodson, but he didn't have the same Heisman campaign. Champ Bailey should have won the Heisman if Charles Woodson won the Heisman.
That's right.
But he didn't have the same campaign because he didn't play at Michigan. David Pollock, the second most decorated Georgia player behind Herschel. And then Hines Ward didn't play on great Georgia teams. That's the Ray Goff era Georgia teams. But he was just a different player in college. I mean, he played everything. Played running back, played receiver, played some quarterback. He could do it all.
Special teams.
Yeah, so I can make a case for any 3 of those guys if I wanted to. Champ Bailey, David Pollock, Hines
I can
Ward.
make a case for any of my 3 guys. Champ Bailey, Richard Seymour, completely dominant.
Almost went with Richard Seymour.
And Stetson Bennett. I mean, you're laughing because he's a Ram that has
I'm
nothing
laughing because
to do
there's
with it.
no way you put him. This was his first answer. Rockstar, when I brought this up in the office the other day, he goes, you got to go Stetson Bennett. I was like, okay, because he's a Ram now, we're going to go Stetson Bennett.
Just read what James just said. I wouldn't put Stetson number 1, but it's impossible not to have him in the top 4 after back-to-back national championships and being impeccable in 4 college football playoff games.
Okay, then go with Jalen Carter. Why do I not do that with Jalen Carter?
I don't think Jalen Carter had the same impact in those games that Stetson Bennett did.
The NFL said he was a better player, by far and away a better player.
Yeah, but you saved Stetson for last. We went through a whole list that did not include a player from either one of their national championship teams.
And I'm fine with that. And the answer is not Stetson Bennett. We say that because he was a quarterback.
Well,
he was a really good quarterback.
My question would be, when you start naming great Alabama players of all time, does A.J. McCarron make it into how long until you get to A.J. McCarron? Because he was a 2-time national championship
he was Stetson Bennett.
And was really good in those national championship games.
And at the time he finished, he was the best quarterback ever to have played at Alabama, but there have been better ones since.
And I don't think I don't think Stetson was impeccable in the first 3 quarters of the game in Indianapolis. He was really good from about 4 minutes on in the third quarter to the end of the game, and won the game. But I don't think he was impeccable. He was fantastic last year, all season long.
I don't think he gets enough credit.
So if we were,
and I think Georgia fans probably would be
all players the same. All players the same. You would choose Stetson Bennett over David Green?
Wait, David Green Aaron Murray was really good. Matt Stafford was really good. I mean, they got a ton of great quarterbacks.
They do,
Eric Zier.
Eric Zier was really good.
But Green won game after game after game, so you can't say that he didn't win all the big games. I guess he won all of them, or they'd have been national champions.
Yeah,
but he won a lot of games.
Them all.
Yeah.
I mean, he had help, obviously, from a dominant defense.
I mean, Stafford is obviously the better of the 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He would be the Dan Marino in this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't win
Aaron
anything.
Murray gets a lot of love.
Yeah, I mean, Stafford, there's nobody that – I don't think there's anybody alive that would argue with you that Stafford's not the better quarterback.
Rod's right. I already said the Rams are more important than God, so Stetson Bennett pick is not a surprise.
Paul, I have him on my list right here. I have Champ Bailey, A.J. Green, David Pollock, Kevin Butler. So A.J. Green gets some –
No, A.J. Green needs to be in the discussion. He was a phenomenal college receiver.
Yeah. It's an interesting debate. I mean, you could do this with a lot of great schools, right? You could do it with Alabama, Auburn.
I just thought the interesting part of it was if you do it at Alabama, you've got an argument who's number 1, right? I mean, I don't even know.
If you do it at Auburn, do you have a debate? Bo Jackson, Cam Newton?
I don't.
No,
Bo Jackson. It's going to be Bo, but boy, Cam is a close second.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just going one season, Bo's Heisman season in '85 or Cam's Heisman season in 2010, you got to go Cam. Bo had better players around him.
Cam carried a team. Well, I don't know if I'd say carried a team more than Bo did.
Oh, I think
he did.
I don't know, man. Bo Jackson
was really good.
He carried some football teams.
He was also really good as a decoy, too.
Yeah. But,
except for one play. But he was really good as a decoy.
But what did they do on offense without Bo Jackson?
Oh, I think they lost the Cotton Bowl when he got hurt to Texas A&M. Am I right about that, or did they come back and win that game?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, go back and take Bo Jackson off that team and tell me what those offenses look like.
That team was good.
It was very good, but it was
who
good.
Who were the other running backs back there with Bo? I mean, you had NFL running backs.
Well, Brent Fullwood.
Yeah.
I mean, Brent Fullwood's a really good running back, but he wasn't Bo Jackson.
In college, he was great, though.
Yeah, he was, but he wasn't Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
And now, look, you take Cam off the 2010 team, that's probably a 7-5, 6-6 team.
That Cam Newton season was unbelievable.
It was. I don't disagree with you. And Tracy Rocker's an incredible college player. Tracy Rocker. I mean, it's very hard to do. But at Georgia, I don't know that anybody argues anybody but Herschel.
No, it's Herschel.
Yeah, and that's why it was such an interesting conversation, because now the conversation starts at 2, and Georgia's put out great players.
Yeah, but let me say one more thing about Stetson Bennett. He never had an elite receiver. I mean, you say what you want. I mean,
you're right about that. He had an elite tight end. He did not have an elite receiver.
I mean, 37 touchdowns, 7 picks last year.
And he
was strong.
And he had a defensive-minded coach.
Oh, he did. I mean, they ran the football a ton.
And many would say he had a offensive coordinator that was limiting him. I mean, that got said a lot.
Really interesting now. People are saying that he's in the NFL with Lamar Jackson, that they're going to break through and do
it's going to be kind of odd if they dominate on offense this year, after he took all that criticism at Georgia.
Yeah, that he was the one limiting.
Yeah, that he was the one that was limiting Stetson Bennett in that entire offense.
Joel Klatt coming up at the top of the hour. One more note in this segment, including a former Alabama player who has a chance for a breakout season. You may have lost track of this guy because of something that happened in the offseason after LT tells us about chicken cock.
So we not only do we have it on set on Monday in here, we actually had it for the next round cocktail hour. We went back and forth between the regular bourbon and the rye yesterday. It is fantastic. If you haven't picked it up, the price point is right there in line. Chicken Cock Whiskey, one of the oldest whiskey brands in America, founded in 1856 in Bourbon County, Kentucky, known as the famous old brand. I mentioned this yesterday. Chicken Cock Whiskey has a name you don't forget, and we'll tell you a little bit about it. Chicken Cock preceded popular usage of the term rooster in describing a male chicken. Additionally, rooster tails were used to stir cocktails, i.e. a cocktail. Again, you can find Chicken Cock Whiskey available in bourbon and rye. Those are currently carried in Alabama stores. All the other expressions are available for special order at your local ABC store or view it online. You can order there as well, chickencockwhiskey.com.
Trey Sean Holden last year had 25 catches, 331 yards, 6 touchdowns at Alabama, 3 years in Tuscaloosa. Remember, he went to Oregon.
Yep.
Had the legal issue with menacing and unlawful use of a weapon, was kicked off the Oregon team. Those charges were dropped, and Trey Sean Holden is back on the team. Dan Lanning saying yesterday that you have to make decisions based on the information you have. When he kicked him off the team, he was facing the legal issues, so it was an instant dismissal. When those charges were dropped, he welcomed him back to the team. As camp opens up out in Eugene, they're expecting a lot of Trey Sean Holden. Lanning says he's picked up our system really well. He thinks he will be a massive weapon for Bo Nix because of his target zone, his radius there, his catch zone. Loves what he brings to the table. What is Trey Sean Holden you got? I mean, he had 6 touchdowns last year for Alabama.
I thought he was a good receiver at Alabama. Yeah. The problem at Alabama is you were looking for, the next John Mechie, Jamison Williams. And none of those guys ever became that. You know, you thought Ajay Hall, who showed signs very early in his time at Alabama, could become that. He was gone. You thought Ja'Cory Brooks could become that, but he never really has. I guess there are many other guys. Tyler Harrell, coming from Louisville, you thought was going to be another Jamison Williams. He wasn't. So I think sometimes, we judge Trey Sean Holden against a difficult measurement, or any of those guys that played receiver against a difficult measurement.
Look, their go-to is going to be Troy Franklin this year, but Trey Sean Holden could be their number 2 option. And you look, they're going to rely on transfers at this position. Tez Johnson comes in from Troy. Gary Bryant Jr., really small dude at USC, but he's got a ton of speed. And it just seems like the windows are so much bigger for Bo Nix and playing with so much confidence. I think Holden will be a guy that could have 8 to 10 touchdowns this year.
Yeah.
Dangerous team at Oregon.
You just did me a little Corso right there with your pen.
Dangerous team.
Dangerous team.
Don't sleep on the Ducks. You know I love that duck.
Well, I know you do, Coach. You love putting the head on. I got to tell you, that week 2 trip, I want to say it again, to Texas Tech is a dangerous spot for a dangerous team. Look out.
Oregon's at Texas Tech. Who's the dangerous team?
I like Texas Tech in that game.
I think I do too, Lance.
Yeah, that'll be late night after another Texas team's on the road in Tuscaloosa. It'll be just like Kansas and Iowa State.
I know we previewed Oregon, but they do get USC at home. Now they've got to go to Utah, and they've got to go to Washington.
I don't think they can go
I find it really hard to
undefeated.
believe they're going to go. I think 11-1 is the ceiling.
I agree, but that's enough to get you a rematch with one of those teams for the Pac-12 championship.
Joel Klatt's been to a lot of places. We'll talk to Joel about his off-season tour, getting ready for the big noon kickoff. He joins us, Joel does, at the top of the hour coming up. The show, you already told us about Chicken Cock, being brought to you in part by our friends at Slice Pizza as well. Slice, getting you ready for lunch today. It opens up here in about 18 minutes. Also a great take-home. In fact, last night, the Dunaway family, a little Slice Pizza.
You can't beat it to go. And how about that, the special, $75. They do this 7 nights a week. You get the 12 fire-baked wings, 2 of the specialty pizzas, half pan of the salad is only $75, all 4 locations, the original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. For more information on the delicious pizza that is Slice, local pizza, local ingredients, slicebirmingham.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
My fraternity brothers at the University of Montevallo got together last weekend with a Barons game, and 2 weekends ago now, at a Birmingham Barons game. I couldn't make it because of a previous engagement, but it was good to see the old guys all get back together after all the years since the 80s apart. That's what the Montevallo community is all about. A lot of great alumni around the area. If your son or daughter is starting to look for a place to call home in college, put Montevallo on the list to check out. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Wonderful institution. 23 fully funded scholarship NCAA Division II sports there at Montevallo. Great Greek life, fraternity life, sorority life there. Campus is beautiful according to Southern Living, and I love the price point. It's where my daughter's in school, and as a parent, man, you get a big bang for your buck there when it comes to tuition. Check it out, Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Just had a weird phone call with my wife. Just booked a golf outing today.
Oh, wow.
For this afternoon.
Where's she playing?
She's not playing. So I called her up. I said, hey, by the way, hope your day's going good, babe. Hope the paper you're writing for Duke's going good.
Yes.
Just so you know, I'm going to go play golf with Johnny today.
Okay.
Playing golf with Brown tomorrow.
Yes.
Squeezed in getting a tattoo Friday and playing with my nephew and your brother-in-law on Saturday.
Okay.
And she said, what?
Snuck that one in.
She said, what? And I said, I'm playing golf Saturday with your brother and my nephew. And she's like, no, before that. I said, golf with Brown tomorrow? And
No,
she goes,
no, between those
that.
two, yep.
I said, yeah, I'm getting a tattoo on Friday.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know.
She said, when on stacking midlife crisis, tattoo is.
Oh, that's way up there.
But it's not It's not up into the alarming sort. She concerns more about if I'm in a convertible with a toupee and a 20-something girl. That would be alarming. Any of those three.
I think you're going to have a hard time picking up a 20-something with a toupee.
I haven't gotten
unless that wallet gets a lot
you
fatter.
drive like this the whole time?
I haven't gotten a response yet, but Tom Lugabill, what tat is Jim getting? And I just responded Taylor Swift lyrics. Cannot wait to see Lugabill's response to this.
Shake it off.
Lugabill's probably going to say, have Rockstar send me a Zoom link.
You know what I caught? Obviously, I knew you were getting the tattoo. What I caught out of that conversation is yesterday you told Brown you didn't want to play golf in Ocean City, but you're playing golf basically the rest of this week.
Yeah, you're doing it.
That's why I don't want to play in Ocean City.
It is a PGA Tour event.
Ocean City, is it next week?
It is next week, Jim.
Next Tuesday we leave. We'll be broadcasting a week from today.
That's
Beautiful
right.
setup, by the way.
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If the weather holds the way it looks like, we're going to be out on the bay there at Ocean City doing our broadcast.
And for people that don't know, why are you going to Ocean City?
Why are we going to Ocean City?
Is it the World Series of Deep Sea Fishing or
That
something
sounds
like that?
right. Yeah. That's about it.
It's a huge deep sea fishing tournament that goes on every year at Ocean City.
Yes.
And we were invited. Keith Wisenhunt invited us up. They've got us tickets to fly up there. They've got us rooms. They're basically rolling out the red carpet for
and
us.
we are on our normal time. We're being asked, normal show, 9 to 1 live show, available on demand just like always. Same show. We're just doing it from Ocean City next week.
So we'll be up there, and it will be hopefully a lot of fun. And there are some, celebrity sports figures and celebrities that fish in this thing, so maybe we'll get them on the show too.
Yeah, you never know. I've heard some of the names, and they would be fun interviews. I would say that.
And if they're not live with us because they may be out on the boat, maybe we'll record some interviews.
We'll try. We'll do what we can.
But we will, much like in Nashville, I will already have a tattoo by then, but we may have some nightlife from Ocean City. I'm told it's quite the hot spot.
Weren't we told there is a Floribama-like place there? Okay.
Yes.
Is it?
And we'll be sending out video from all of that. I mean, it's supposed to be insane.
So Maryland and Delaware line, if there were a Floribama, they'd call it the Delaland?
Merriwear?
Delaware,
Merriwear? Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what the joint's called. Because Delaware is not too far away from where we are. And I've never been to Delaware, so I'm going to have to
step across the line.
Yeah, at least want to step across the line so I check one off.
I meant to do that. So we went to Philadelphia for a wedding 3 summers ago, and we're pulling out of the airport, and Delaware is back the other way, and I wanted to at least step foot in Delaware.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Went the wrong direction.
I was up in Massachusetts, and I went up and stepped foot in both Vermont and New Hampshire just to check those two off the list. Kind of sad.
You straddled the line?
I stopped and got a meal in one and then pulled over and just, walked around in the other one just so I could say I did it.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe me?
No, I mean, I believe why you did it. Craig said taking stickers. Come on.
Of course we're taking stickers.
It's LT's pastime now. He loves the stickers.
I've got an amazing stat from Connor O'Gara.
Amazing stat from Brownie before LT tells us about our friends at Redmond Vodka. In fact, as we love to do on the show, we'll make this our Redmond Vodka stat of the day.
Stat of the day. Connor O'Gara, our buddy, Saturday Down South.
Yeah, Redmond Vodka, again, locally owned and operated. Incredible product. We might have some on set on Friday for Dunaway, mixing him a couple of cocktails, getting him ready for that tattoo. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, and available at your local package and ABC stores.
Luganville says, no freaking way did he lose a bet. He does realize tattoos are permanent, doesn't he?
I do tell him I'm older than him, so I don't have to worry about it much longer. You need to make sure he knows it's matching my daughter's tattoo.
But I'm trying to do the show here, Jim. Don't want to get caught up in this.
That's a change.
Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. Your strange but true SEC stat of the day. I'm going to ask you guys. Last Mississippi State quarterback to throw a touchdown pass against Alabama.
Dak Prescott.
Is it that crazy to think about?
Because everyone would go, Will Rodgers, you've got to set all these passing records.
That's right.
But I think it was to cover, too. Alabama
2014,
number 1 Mississippi State. It was freezing cold. Alabama was laying, I think, 10.5. They had the game covered, and then one of those meaningless drives at the end, and Prescott throws a touchdown pass with under a minute to go, and they cover.
Didn't they initially get into the red zone and somehow didn't score or
Maybe.
didn't get a touchdown that sort of set the tone of the game. The defense turned them back away. But, Will Rodgers gets all this love.
Yeah.
But against Alabama, the air raid did not
work because I pointed
Alabama.
that out because Connor goes on to point out that since that touchdown pass by Dak Prescott in 2014, they have played 480 minutes and 15 seconds of football against Alabama and have 0 touchdown passes. We're going on almost a decade. That's 2014.
That's crazy.
Almost a decade since Mississippi State has thrown a touchdown pass against Alabama. As I pointed out to Connor, much of that decade with a head coach that coached the air raid. And as he says, that makes it even more bizarre, but it is a crazy stat, but true.
And then now do Ole Miss. I mean, they couldn't
last
stop
year.
him. Yeah, couldn't stop him.
It's not 1 year.
His the last team that had the ball.
Yeah. But that's nuts to think about, especially since they ran the air raid. Dak Prescott, the last quarterback to throw a touchdown pass against Alabama that's played for Mississippi State.
That is really an interesting stat from Connor there, an observation. If you've been watching those games, you've seen how those have worked out. Tyler, if you can get a couple of recruiting things for me. The Ohio State kid first. When Northwestern got rid of Pat Fitzgerald, it opened the door for players to hit the portal and go somewhere else. Nigel Glover is the linebacker from Northwestern. He is going to Ohio State. He is considered to be maybe the best player that anybody else would have wanted off that Northwestern team. So he's going to Ohio State.
Well, I mean, obviously people are looking that roster up and down because of what's going on internally. Auburn picked up a offensive lineman from Northwestern.
That's right.
So, I mean, guys are grabbing guys. Nigel Glover, I think the leading tackler on Northwestern's team last year.
Talented guy there. We'll see if he can get on the field at Ohio State. And then in recruiting circles, South Carolina's 17th after this commitment nationally with our friends at On3 Sports. 17th. But they get their first 5-star commitment in this upcoming class. He's an edge rusher, Dylan Stewart right there. And he picks South Carolina over Georgia, Ohio State, and Miami. So 17th, and Shane Beamer now has 1 5 and 8 4-star commitments at South Carolina.
I mean, he's getting it done. He's winning games on the field. He's beating teams he probably shouldn't beat, and he's making an impact on the recruiting trail.
I guess that's just a famous spot in downtown Columbia.
The old Cotton Gin.
Cotton Gin.
I have
down
no
at
idea.
5 Points.
It looks like a cool spot.
Welcome home, Dylan Stewart.
Yeah. I mean, this is I didn't know what Shane Beamer would be. I think, he came.
DMV, by the way, that's District Columbia, Maryland, Virginia, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't know what Shane Beamer would be at South Carolina. When he came on the show and did an interview, we really liked him because he gave us a lot, and that's kind of the way we judge coaches sometimes is how they do with interviews on our show. So we liked him very much. But when he first got that job, I remember thinking if his last name weren't Beamer, I don't know that he's got this job. But, boy, I think
done a hell of a job.
He's exceeded my expectations for sure.
Mississippi State fans trying to correct Connor there that Will Rodgers threw one on the last play of last year's game.
That'll be unfortunate if Connor's incorrect about this. Y'all hit Connor up. I was just reading the tweet.
Yeah, but you also doubled down on it, right? Didn't you?
Well, I just said there's coach run the air raid.
Air raid, yeah. I do remember it being a blowout. I don't remember how it ended. Maybe it was a mop-up time. I don't remember the end of that game. But thank you, Ross, and all the Mississippi State people in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Joel Klatt coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. A great place to spend some Saturdays and Sundays with some of their fun games out there with the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. See more details on their website or just swing by in the Birmingham area and check them out. We'll, at some point today, send out a video to let you know who Lance is playing tonight. Last night, Braves get a big win. More on them later in the show. Tampa Bay beat New York, and Baltimore stays red hot in baseball. The trading deadline's over. A lot of stuff happening as we get closer to football season. We'll talk about it with the Clap Monkey on the other side.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Summer is here. School is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Joel Klatt, Fox Sports, big noon kickoff in a second. He has spent the summer, by the way, going around to several programs with great conversations, like with Nick Saban, Deion Sanders, and others. You can see all of those and listen to Joel's podcast wherever you get our podcast as well. Just always a fascinating conversation with Joel when he's on our show, but also on his podcast. He's one of the voices of college football that we trust a lot. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling, the best in the business, brines that chicken, cooks it to order so that it's fresh and hot when you order it right there on 119 in Alabaster. All the great southern size and the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's all at Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com.
All right, Joel Klatt is with us now. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Of course, you follow him on Twitter at Joel Klatt. See him on Fox Sports. What is up, Klatt? How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Not a whole lot. I mean, let's start with your collegiate team, Colorado, going back to the Big 12. Your feelings on that or what?
Well, I mean, it was, in my mind, it was like the only decision that they had. You know, the Pac-12 hit an iceberg, and, you know, getting onto a lifeboat is the prudent thing to do. And so yeah, I mean, listen, you can look at it in a vacuum and just talk about, you know, obviously the stability of the revenue distribution in the Big 12 after they signed their media rights deal a little over a year ago. The much better exposure that they're going to get in terms of game time windows, linear television versus streaming. All of those things I think are a huge net positive. And then overall, just the attaching your, if you're a train car, kind of attaching to an engine that you believe in, And I think that the future of the Big 12 is probably much more stable than the future of the Pac-12. And this notion that like Colorado and maybe if someone else leaves, like they're going to destroy the Pac-12. It's like, no. And again, I'll go boat on the Titanic didn't hit the iceberg, right? The iceberg sank the Titanic. Getting into the lifeboat was the prudent thing to do. And Colorado didn't really have a choice, just like USC and UCLA didn't really have a choice. For the last 10 years, the Pac-12 has made, any number of poor decisions, and they're doing it again. They're doubling down on that philosophy. Think about what just came out yesterday about their proposed new, media deal with Apple. It's basically based on a subscriber model, which failed miserably for their own channel, their own network 10 years ago. Right? They banked on the fact that owning 100% of a network was going to be more valuable for them. But because they couldn't gin up the demand, they couldn't get it distributed, they couldn't get subscribers, and it didn't work. Owning 100% of $1 is not as good as owning 50% of $20. And so they're going back to that without their largest football fan base, without their largest basketball fan base, and now without Deion Sanders. And I come short to seeing where this is a good deal and a positive deal for those members. And now when you look at what Colorado did, it seems like an excellent decision.
Back to the Titanic analogy, it does seem like the Pac-12 is sinking, and it will be on the bottom of the Pacific in the next couple of years. With that said, it is fascinating what is going to happen to big brands like Oregon and not so much Washington, but they still have a nice brand out there. Do you think they have like landing spots already, and ultimately where are they?
I don't know. I would be really surprised if they're not calling the Big 12 right now. I think they're talking with some of the people that I know close to those programs. I would say that if their perfect scenario would be the Big Ten, obviously. That's not going to happen, at least on a full share. I wouldn't be totally shocked if those teams ended up in the Big Ten on a half share, which would essentially, when you look at the revenue distribution, be about what they would get from a Big 12, but then they would be in the Big Ten. I could see that being a situation, but I don't know if the Big Ten wants to go down the road of creating unequal revenue distribution, because then all of a sudden you look up in 5 years and Oregon is shouting that they get 30 million and Rutgers gets 60 million. So there's not a great answer to your question. I know that, the next 10 years are going to be wild in terms of how college football is being reshaped. I will say this, the Big 12 did an unbelievable job in the last year, because think of when it comes to sports rights, there's a pie, and there's a finite amount of pie, meaning money that you can spend on live sports. And what happened in the last, 24 months is that the NFL commanded $1 billion more per year per network for nothing extra, just because they're the NFL. Well, that cuts into that pie. The SEC and the Big Ten commanded basically a double slice of pie from networks. So now all of a sudden ESPN had to go all in, and Fox had to go all in, and CBS and NBC had to go all in one spot. Well, that left basically one piece of pie left for two people fighting over it. Okay, so the Pac-12 and the Big 12 were the ones that needed a media rights deal, and only one was going to get enough to allow everybody to eat in that conference. And the Big 12 did the prudent thing. They saw the tea leaves, they read the market, and they acted and went to market early, got the deal. And the Pac-12 has had this visions of streaming deals and subscriber deals for a long time. And I fail to see where that's going to work out for them. So I don't know what's going to happen long term. It's a great question. I do think it's going to be quite wild, though.
An observation and a question. My observation is, I believe the hat that you wear occasionally with us, the Rose Bowl hat, is a trophy hat. I don't think you ever wear it outside of your building. It's there. Before you jump on with us, you say, my hair doesn't look network worthy. I'm going to throw this hat on. Oh, there you go. So I'm right. And
Wow, shut it, Klatt.
And secondly, with the Rose Bowl, sadly, this all impacts the greatest bowl game there is, the Rose Bowl. So
I mean,
so
does
what
it
is
though?
the future?
I mean, let's does it impact the Rose Bowl, or does the playoff impact the Rose Bowl to a much greater degree, and the expanded playoff impact the Rose Bowl? Does the Rose Bowl really need the Pac-12 and the Big Ten? I don't know. I think that the Rose Bowl is the most iconic thing in college football. Period. Now, if it were up to me, and it's not, it would be the national championship every year, right? Just like the Super Bowl is the destination for the NFL, the Rose Bowl would be the destination for college football. It would be like going to Omaha. We don't have anything like that. We play this stupid national championship game on a Monday night that no one enjoys. And it's like, we should have more of an iconic destination. For me, it'd be the Rose Bowl. People in the eastern part of the country would maybe hate that. I think it's an iconic destination, stadium, and entity. Now, having said that, the Rose Bowl is going to have to find its new identity within the playoff or around the playoff. And I don't think that that necessarily means attaching itself to conferences. In fact, the relationships that all these bowls have with specific conferences and the inability of the conferences and the commissioners to have hard discussions with these bowl games is in large part why we have been unable to fix the postseason in college football for the better part of a century, right? So these things have to be rethought in reality, and in particular with what college football is and needs to be moving forward. I've made this analogy before, probably on this show, but college football playoff is basically like Netflix. The bowl system is basically like Blockbuster. And Netflix didn't allow Blockbuster in board meetings when they were making their business model. That would be silly. So this notion that we've got to be cognizant or take care of these bowls or incorporate them into a playoff, which would water down the playoff, make it worse, and make it more neutral sites, to me is the wrong way to go about it. You asked specifically about the Rose Bowl. If it were up to me, the Rose Bowl would be the national championship game every year. If not, it would be one of the semifinals every year. It would be the first game of the semifinals every single year on January 1st. You know, those are things that you could do to really move the sport forward and make an iconic brand forefront within the sport for the entire country.
Joel Klatt is with us, college football on Fox analyst, Joel Klatt, at Joel Klatt on Twitter. So we did our 40 teams at 40 shows. 67 members of our audience voted, and a top 25. We built a top 40 out of that. Georgia was number one, will not surprise anyone.
No.
Michigan 2, Ohio State 3, Alabama 4. So our audience has that as the 14 playoff. So we've spent a lot of time over the last couple of days talking Michigan and Ohio State. And it strikes me that Ryan Day has more pressure on him in that rivalry than any Ohio State coach since maybe John Cooper. I don't know. I mean, it's been a while.
John Cooper.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting year
I know.
in Columbus, right? I mean, Ryan's got an immense amount of pressure. He basically doesn't lose ever unless it's either Michigan or the playoff. And that doesn't set well with that fan base. I will go about this, and I made this argument, so forgive me for going backwards in time before we look forwards. Do you remember, I believe it was 2016, when Michigan and Ohio State played that epic overtime game in the shoe? And JT Barrett got a first down on a fourth down carry. And, you know, Ohio State wins, and then Jim Harbaugh had this thing hanging over him like he can't beat Ohio State. They almost fire him after the COVID year. And I used to say, like, imagine a scenario where JT Barrett is called short and Michigan wins that game, wins the Big Ten, goes to a playoff. Like, what is the discussion around that? And how does that change kind of the path of Michigan's success or lack thereof up to that point? Well, imagine a scenario where the 14-point lead is hung on to, the field goal goes through, Marvin Harris, the penalty is called, like, and Ohio State beats Georgia and wins the national championship game. That was like within a whisper. And I'm not saying it should have had, I'm just saying it was within a whisper, very similar to Michigan beating Ohio State in 2016. I never think it's as good or as bad as people think, generally speaking. And so this whole notion that Ryan Day has to win this year in order to save his job, I think is overblown. Now, having said that, there is an immense amount of pressure on him and his team, and he's going to have to do it with a new quarterback, and they're going to have to go to Ann Arbor. And make no mistake about it, this is Jim Harbaugh's best Michigan team that he's ever had. They've got the most coming back. They're the strongest at the offensive line position. They're deep on defense. They've got skill. They've got a quarterback that probably is better than any other quarterback that they've had in the Harbaugh era. So it's going to be a tough lift for Ohio State. But Ohio State, from a roster perspective, is probably the best they've been since the 19 team with Chase Young and Okudah and those guys. So, I mean, these two teams are very, very good. Very good. It won't shock me at all if we've got two Pac-10 or two Big Ten, two SEC teams in the playoff because of the strength of the four teams that you just mentioned.
Klatt, over the last 20 years, you've had like 5 mini dynasties. It started with USC and Pete Carroll. Then you could go Urban Meyer in Florida, Nick Saban in Alabama, Dabo in Clemson. Now it's Kirby in Georgia. We asked this question the other day. Who is the next Georgia? When it cycles out, who will be that program that jumps in and wins 2 and 3 or back-to-backs?
Boy, that's a good one.
And to be fair,
I still view it as like none of those that you mentioned have equaled what Nick has done at Alabama. Like of the 5, Nick's stands out to me.
Yeah.
All the other ones were over one cycle of recruits, and generally speaking, happened with the same assistants. They all happened in a 3 or 4 year span. Whereas, Nick has now done it for 12, 14 years. So they're all still trying to catch Alabama in terms of like the pantheon of what we've seen from a dynasty perspective. But if you're asking me like, who's the next one that could win a couple championships in a short amount of time, I would give you 2. I think I would go with LSU and Texas would be the 2. If you're just looking at roster compilation, ability to do it. And I know people scoff at the Texas thing, but it's a heck of a roster. We're going to see if they're any better this year. And those would be the 2 teams that I would be like, I think they could do that. And then the next one being Ohio State. That's the other one. And maybe USC, but that one's much more difficult for me because I don't know how they're going to integrate into the new conference. I don't know how they're going to do playing in some of those venues. I need to see that to kind of believe it.
Yeah, and in fairness, we named all of those, but in that time span that LT threw those out, LSU's won 3 national championships with 3 different coaches in that time.
And that's why you would immediately say them, right? Because they've done it.
And they've got an elite coach now.
Yeah, and 2 of those coaches were complete idiots. They won championships. I mean, they really were.
Oh man! Wait, which 2? What?
And you bring up Texas, and I, we know what Sark does as a play caller. To me, when he was in Tuscaloosa, he was my favorite play caller that Nick has had there. Loved watching him call plays. Are they good defensively? Can they do it defensively this year? That may be what separates them from being national champs or not.
They had a better defense than you think last year, which is wild. But when you actually like break it down, they were the number 2 defense in the entire Big 12. And that's when every SEC fan's eye roll. It's like Big 12, who cares? But they were they're faster on that side of the ball. I think that they are, to answer your question, they are good enough on defense. I just hesitate. I've got this. So my guy, I've got a guy who basically is like my editorial right brain, if you will. And his name's Steve. He helps me out with everything. He produces the podcast and does all that. And we've made this like pact. We're like, hey, we will not talk about Texas unless they earn it. Because it just seems like every single year we're in this same boat where we're talking about Texas. I bring up Texas only because what you saw last year was a team that lost a few one-possession games that could easily turn around, a quarterback that was young, getting his feet wet. They've got so many starters back, and they've got some of the most talent-rich roster in the country. I believe in Sark. Does it happen this year? We'll wait and see.
Are you and Gus doing Nebraska at Minnesota Thursday night?
Yes. So we'll do that game. Then we're going to do TCU, Colorado. Can't wait for that one. And then we're going to do Colorado, Nebraska in Deion's home opener, and that rivalry kind of renewed back in Boulder.
So that's the the big noon kickoff, the Thursday night, 7 o'clock, Nebraska and Minnesota in the Twin Cities there. And then as he told you, Colorado, TCU, Colorado, Nebraska.
Two fun coaches, man. Matt Rule, PJ Fleck. I mean, you probably love sitting down with both of those guys talking ball, don't you?
I really do. They're very different. And this is what, by the way, you just hit on this is one of the most enjoyable parts of my job, other than talking with you guys, is that I get to sit down with all these coaches and just see the vast difference between all these guys and how there is so many different ways to skin the cat, if you will, throughout college football. Including, Nick Saban with his arms crossed, barking at me in the summer about what it takes to be a coach, and then you got guys like Chip Kelly who just wants to wax poetically about there's no crying on the yacht and everything is great. It's the difference in personality and style within coaching is incredible. And I think that game encapsulates that a little bit with PJ Fleck and Matt Rule.
Follow Klatt on Twitter at Joel Klatt. The Joel Klatt Show does a great job interviewing a ton of college football coaches and people in college football. And, of course, see him on the Big Noon Kick and that first Thursday night, Minnesota, Nebraska. Klatt, thank you for the time, buddy. Have a great week.
Real quick, shameless plug. My series of interviews has concluded, which means Monday in our next episode of the Joel Klatt Show, I'm bringing you my top 25. So Monday morning, check that out on the podcast.
Hey, how about some love for our 67 voters here in the great state of Alabama? 56 of them voted Georgia number 1. 2 of them voted Michigan number 1. 4 of them voted Ohio State number 1. Excuse me, 3 Ohio State and 4 Alabama and 1 LSU. I mean,
that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And I think that ratio is about accurate. Georgia's going to be number 1, right?
Sure.
I mean, listen, the Bama fans are easily of the top fan bases in the country. They are easily the best and most nuanced and most realistic fan base. I know that they are diehard. There's no doubt, and they can be passionate. There's no doubt. But of those, Georgia fans are crazy. Ohio State fans can get a little nuts. Then you get into the real fringe crazies. Tennessee looking at you. Florida State. Wild stuff on the Florida State. I mean, they're wild stuff.
Don't ever piss off UCF.
Oh, geez.
Don't piss Utah off.
We've been through that. The fake banner. We've been through that. I went after them. They're child's play compared to Tennessee. That Tennessee boy, you better come in there with your breastplate of righteousness if you deal with the Tennessee crowd.
Klatt going biblical at the end. Thank you, Klatt. Have a good week.
See you guys.
All right, boy. Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Joe Klatt suffering from a little PTSD, premature Texas
that's pretty
syndrome
good,
disorder.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right there. As I don't want to talk Texas too soon. I think everybody suffers from that a little bit over the last few years, but one day they'll be right about all that. The show brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap. Cap it, don't snap it, right?
That's it. It's a dirty, dangerous job. It's hot out there. It's the last thing you want to do. Call Chris Stewart if you don't want to clean the leaves ever again. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It goes over most existing gutters. It will keep all the debris out. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Make the phone call that I made decades ago, 205-823-2212. Chris Stewart will come out, give you that absolutely free estimate. Cap it, don't snap it. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
In the final hour of the show, we've got Gerry DiNardo on the show. And then after that, it's that time of year. I think we're going to do it today. If we don't do it today, we'll get to it tomorrow. But we're going to take we'll put all 14 teams that made the NFL playoffs on our dry erase board in the final hour. And then I want you to mark through the teams that do not make it back to the playoffs.
So have you already played your playoff teams?
I have not made those bets yet. So I need to make that state bet first.
I mean, it would help.
crap, we got a lot to do then before this is over with.
We just got DiNardo and the rest of the final hour.
4 downs. We got 4 downs.
All right. So
I've got that, by the way.
You've got the 4 downs?
Yep.
Yeah, we got trash.
Trash is up next.
Yeah.
Right here on the show that counts down to football. Show number 502 for us today.
Yeah, there we go.
We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com, or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
Do you guys ever think in emojis? Let me explain to you what I'm saying.
What do you got a bubble above your head with a bunch of eggplants?
Show me Rockstar. No, I didn't go to the Testicle Festival. Rockstar's face. And when I said, do you ever think in emojis?
Yeah, Rockstar's face is an emoji right there.
Like when I left here yesterday, I was driving home and I was sort of sad face emoji, and I felt like,
why were you so sad?
I don't know. I just was not in a great mood when I left. And then
we got a little sideways, Brown. You missed it.
Oh, you two did? Y'all have an argument?
Well, I've got to get me a Ghost Energy drink in here starting at noon every day.
No, you misinterpreted what I said. But as I always say, I like saying things in front of people. I don't like talking behind their back. But I want to get into it.
You just brought it up. Go ahead.
No, I think in emojis. And when I heard this from Bryce Young yesterday, I had those 2 eyeball emojis. You know, that one that just...
Yeah, right.
Where it's just there's no face or anything.
Just the eyes. Okay.
Just the eyes that are looking.
Gotcha.
Because Bryce Young, have you seen what Bryce Young said yesterday?
I have not seen what Bryce Young said.
I'll get LT's and Brownie's initial reaction to what Bryce said at training camp yesterday. This is Bryce talking about his early days in Tuscaloosa, which was pre-NIL. Listen in.
Bryce, DJ revealed that you were a DoorDash driver in Alabama. How long did you do that? And what was like the best reaction when someone recognized you bringing them their food?
I did that for a while. Kind of from when I guess from when I got there and got my feet on the ground. As far as when I first got there, I didn't really. I was just learning the playbook and everything. But I guess after that first initial we went back for COVID. So after that, I was driving for DoorDash, and honestly, I would have a mask on and a hoodie, and then I would only really accept the drop it at my door orders. So for the most part, I never really got recognized or anything. But yeah, I mean, it was before NIL, so I just want to have. You want to have a little extra money, So, I feel like a lot of people have done it. So,
Bryce Young says that when he first got to Tuscaloosa, when they got back from the pandemic, he was a DoorDash deliverer because it was pre-NIL. I saw that and went big emojis because in the history of college football, I would always assume the 5-star quarterback.
I don't want it for nothing.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't care if it was 2020 or 1920.
That's right.
I feel like big man on campus never needed for anything in college athletics.
This guy was going to USC, and Sark got him to Alabama, and maybe it's just because he wanted to play for national championships. I see your big eye emoji, though, because what stood out to me is the guy actually was a DoorDasher. I mean, good for him. Love the work ethic. But I'll say this. If I was one of those boosters and I heard he was doing that, I want you on the road a lot less.
That's right.
What do you typically make in a day?
What do you make it off DoorDash? I'll double that. You sit in the dorm.
Yeah. You keep learning that playbook and whatever you want to do.
But Jeff's an Auburn fan, and I'll be honest, just it's surprising to me that the guy who was eventually going to take over as Alabama's quarterback was having to DoorDash.
Well, he says he's lying. Bryce Young's not lying about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
why would you lie about it?
No, but I'm just saying that it was surprising to me.
No, I'm as surprised as anybody because I'm not naive enough to think players weren't getting paid before NIL at every school.
Now,
you could,
as I said,
every fan base takes a shot at every other school. Every major school was paying players. Auburn, Alabama, all of them were somehow paying players.
Like during Prohibition.
Yeah.
I would assume that if the big man, the greatest player on whatever team in the 1920s, is that when Prohibition was, the 20s?
Yep.
In the 20s, if they wanted a drink, somebody could get them a drink. You know what I mean? So, or if they needed a little walking around cash for the flappers in the 20s, if they could go, here's some cash.
If Jeff is right that he's lying, I think it would be more like this. COVID, perfect time to do it. He said nobody could recognize him. It's him as the employee, but somebody else is doing the driving.
Yeah, that's right.
Like you can play video
Wendy's girl
games.
from last night.
Huh?
Our Wendy's girl that created a.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, created a fake employee.
But I mean, how easy would it be to just get, said student and let him do the driving, and then you pay him X amount out of your own pocket, and then Bryce is collecting a paycheck?
Yeah, I just interesting that there's Bryce Young, who eventually became a millionaire in the NIL.
Yeah, he was fine.
DoorDashing was DoorDashing.
He outpriced us early on before he took a snap, didn't he?
I'm telling you, that DoorDash must have been it by then.
All right. The show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. My friend is Greg from Pell City. He owns Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife do. They own the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. They're the best when it comes to roof contractors, the guys that will get up on your roof, replace the shingles, rebuild your roof if there's storm damage up there, keep it in check. He'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. When I tell you that, that means that when it's time for the insurance company to pay something, having Greg in your corner helps you out in that department there. I'll say that. He may not be able to say it, but I will tell you it helps you out, and you can just get one person after another person who's dealt with Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing to tell you that this guy is straight up honest with you and is a great person to work with. Some of our customers, some of our viewers have dealt with him and ended up getting a few repairs on the front end and not have to pay anything, so that 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, he knows you'll come back to Greg from Pell City. Look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. As we move to trash, my one crazy thing today, Winning Time, HBO. Despite the writer's strike and everything, they got it in before that. Comes back to HBO on Sunday night.
There are so many people that are shocked that I don't like it. Now, I didn't give it the full run.
I loved
Once
it.
I saw Jerry West throw the Larry O'Brien trophy through his office window, I was like, I'm out.
No.
You don't think that happened?
No, I do not.
I found it entertaining, and I'm told year 2 is supposed to be better. So
Well, they're not going to come out and say, this one, we slacked our asses off on this one.
Yeah, I heard Game of Thrones, that final season was going to be epic.
Let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
Thank you to the Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have sex?
You want sex?
No, stupid. Number 6.
Oh.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it, someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. I came across an interesting list here, and it's the top 10 most dangerous states in America.
Okay.
And these are the highest crime rates based on population. I think you guys will find some of these surprising. Number 10 is South Dakota.
That is surprising.
Goes on to say it makes the unwanted cut for the most dangerous states by crime rate. The Mount Rushmore state is among those with lax gun laws, and it ranks 8th in the nation in abductions and human trafficking.
All right.
Number 9 on the list. Do you guys think Alabama makes the list or not?
I have no idea.
Texas is number 9.
I would say Alabama does make the list.
High violent crime rates are among the Texans. Also statistically struggle more than the average with mental health, ranking 3rd in the nation for the least healthy states in regard to mental health.
You also have some major cities in Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Austin.
Yeah. North Dakota. North Dakota's relaxed gun laws may contribute to its high crime numbers, it says here. The rate of kidnappings, abductions, human trafficking, and sex offenses are all higher than average for U.S.
It seems like this is a shot at relaxed gun laws.
I mean, it's 2 out of 3. I think the people that want stricter gun laws have written this story.
South Carolina ranks number 6 in the country for the highest rate of murder and assault. That
They have no
skyrockets
gun laws.
to 7th position for the overall most dangerous state by violent crimes. Nothing about gun laws there. Number 6, Alabama. Of course, it does point out the gun laws. And it says, though, that we do have the lowest human trafficking and kidnapping numbers, which I had heard opposite. I heard the human trafficking was really bad in Alabama.
That was when you thought a little kid was running around on the interstate trying to trap somebody.
I did hear that, but I heard it before. Alaska.
Who did this study? The Pelosi group?
I think it's MSNBC.
So, yes.
Yeah. They say Alaska's number 5. Number 4, Tennessee. Again, they do point out gun laws there. Arkansas is number 3. The top 2 are really interesting. Number 2 is New Mexico. They say the land of enchantment ranks high under the kidnapping and trafficking categories. And number 1 is Nevada. Nevada, the most dangerous state in the U.S., according to Interbody's findings. The Silver State ranks number 4 in the country for murders and assaults.
How about that?
Be careful in Vegas.
This really makes no sense, but Cher has launched her own gelato company. Cherlato.
That's a great name, by the way. I do not like gelato, but this is a good name.
I do like gelato.
Not a fan.
Wait, do they play off of old Cher songs?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Everybody back up.
Well, they play off of Cher movies and songs.
Yeah.
If I could turn back lime.
What was her and Sonny? What was their song?
I Got You, Babe.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
No.
Yeah, it's got to be something off of that.
Don't do it.
It's got to be something off of that.
I got cashew, babe. It's cashew flavored.
Oh, I like that. I cashew, babe. I like that.
So mid-July, she announced on Instagram that she'll launch her own line of gelato. She said, quote, "This is real," she assured the fans. She's 77 years old now. The Cherlato ice cream truck that you see there will travel around L.A. to different locations every day throughout the summer months so everyone can get a taste of their frozen treats according to the release. Flavors include Snap Out of It, the kefir and cardamom, breakfast at Cher's Coffee and Donuts, and the chocolate XO Cher. That's just part of the menu there.
Did you go If I Could Turn Back Lime? You did that one?
I did. That's the first one I did.
Yeah.
I was gonna do before he did that. I was gonna do you believe in
Neapolitan?
lime after love?
Oh,
There's a lot of them that could go that way.
Yeah, I just can't think of them right now. I'm at a Cher
What
song
was
too.
the when she was dressed like a complete slut on the battleship?
her top or Believe, If I Could Turn Back Time, the Shoop Shoop song, Strong Enough, After All, Walking in Memphis, Just Like Jesse James, Super Trooper, Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves, and then Fernando.
Cher Lotto is a good
No, but
one.
you don't remember the video I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm trying to think of what that had to have been a cover.
Oh, I don't think it was. Anyway.
Yeah, he's right. Scott's right. I think it was Turn Back Time.
Yeah,
That's where
okay.
she had her buttocks.
Now, I
showing.
like gelato more than I like Italian ice.
Yeah.
Italian ice is like
Gelato's got a more ice cream consistency.
That's right. Italian ice is like we try to make ice cream, we don't have milk, so we just froze a bunch of stuff. That's what Italian ice is. Not a fan.
I like. I think the Italian ice is okay too.
Yeah, I don't like
I
that.
need to try that.
No.
What was the thing I used to get at Eastwood Bowl? It was 25 cents back in the day.
That's a snow cone.
No, this was a. It wasn't gelato. It may have been an Italian ice, but it was sherbet flavor.
I'm going to say Eastwood Bowling Alley did not have Italian ice, but that's just a stereotype. I mean,
Back in the 70s?
Yeah,
You
back
don't
in the
think it did?
70s. I don't think they did. No.
Okay.
Snoopy's No Cone.
I've said it before that I thought a pandemic would wipe out all of mankind.
Uh-huh.
Now I'm
Are
starting to
you
think
on the
it's-
record for that?
No, I am on the record for that, but now I'm starting to lean AI.
Okay.
Here's the headline. AI-generated news anchors are making headlines in India. TV news anchors, in a time-tested tradition, providing some degree of comfort to the business of delivering our daily dose of headlines, waking up each day to a familiar morning news anchor, go to bed each night, evening news delivered by another familiar face. But as AI threatens to take over many of today's jobs, how safe is the news reader's position?
Oh, I could see her in a I got table T-shirt, couldn't you?
Odisha TV, a news channel and digital platform from India, recently tested out Lisa that you see right there.
Hey,
AI-generated news anchor with a monotone voice and eyes that don't quite close when they blink. Lisa reads the news headlines for the network periodically, and she's not alone.
She would not be the first local anchor that didn't have eyes that didn't close all the way when they blinked. I've worked with those people before.
Weird.
Now, according to the South China Morning Post, I don't know if you get that every morning.
I just
Lisa
canceled my subscription.
is one of two multilingual chatbots that have been added to news networks in India in the past 3 months. Now, Santa, the other AI-generated news anchor, works for
Santa?
Santa.
Oh, Santa.
Works for the network Aj Tak, owned by the India Today Group. Currently, Santa and Lisa are tasking with reading headlines during a broadcast or news program and handing them over to a human presenter.
It's hotter than Grandma's curry out there today.
Gee.
That was pretty good.
Oh, no.
A man is hospitalized after being shot several times while visiting his girlfriend in San Antonio. Now, the shooting happened at a home at about 3 a.m. Police say when they arrived, they found a man with 2 gunshot wounds to his leg. He told police that his girlfriend told him to meet at her house. When he showed up, a group of men started shooting at him. The men all got into an older model truck and drove off. Same thing also happened to him earlier in the evening around 11 p.m. on Sunday. His girlfriend asked him to meet her at a nearby gas station. When he arrived, his girlfriend was there with a group of guys who opened fire on him. I'm going to say don't go back.
Yeah.
Something's fishy about me meeting you.
They keep shooting at me.
She may be totally intoxicating, but I think I'm going to find another girl.
And you know what her guys have in common that she's getting out there? They can't shoot.
Yeah, that's true. They haven't killed him yet, have they?
Hey, I apologize for my comment. That was a clip from the Rashim and Bubba show.
Oh, my God.
Totally. Rashim and Bubba.
I like how Bubba says the same.
Bubba.
Did you?
I did a country accent.
Did you Google Indian names?
No, I just came up with that.
Okay, lots of actors who are on strike are getting work courtesy of Beverly Hills plastic surgeons. Business is booming, says Dr. Ben Tilley. I think he's Indian. Of the Beverly Hills Center for Plastic Surgery.
Ask Dunaway.
He told Harvey and Charles on TMZ Live he's working 7 days a week because actors are using downtime to go under the knife, recover without being noticed or missing work. A and B listers are swarming his office, mostly because they can afford it. He's been doing work for some of his favorite sports stars and actors. And here's the most fascinating part. He says some actors made contingency plans. If it seemed the strike wouldn't last long, they'd get minor filler work. But if it was prolonged, they're going to get the, quote, full Monty.
What's the update on the old strike? Do they think they're getting close, or is it still bad?
The sad thing is, I think for the writer's strike, I think the association or whatever said that one guy said, like, look, these guys are missing paychecks. By October, they're going to be begging to come back. So we're just going to wait it out until they say like they're not getting paychecks.
Right.
And this has been going on since May.
Who's the actress that did the cups in Pitch
Anna
Perfect?
Kendrick.
Yeah,
Anna
she joined the strike yesterday.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of actors out there, but
Yeah, they can't work like you're going to.
Yeah,
be
I mean, what are they gonna do?
You can't be a scab, but the writers are the biggest. They're the ones that are losing so much because they have nothing.
so they're just thinking they can wait them out.
Yeah, we're just let it bleed until October,
Yeah.
and they come like, okay,
I
we'll
saw
compromise.
a story in Hollywood Reporter. Now I don't know who wrote the story from which side, but they said if every top movie executive took just a 5% pay cut, that it would pay what every person who's on strike is requesting. That would meet every demand if they just all took a 5% pay cut.
I think we know which point of view that was written from.
Yeah.
I believe that's
Since
those.
about gun laws.
I
but
believe
again-
somebody had to put down a picket sign to write that article.
But again, if it was written by a writer, probably.
All right, this sounds good. Yeah, put it down. Put it down.
If you guys want to feel old, here we go. Celebrities turning 60 this year.
All right.
Conan O'Brien.
Oh, I know one, I bet. Conan O'Brien is one.
Conan
obviously.
O'Brien, yes.
Rob Lowe?
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
James Hetfield.
Oh, Metallica.
He actually looks better.
I agree. I mean, I think he's.
I think a lot of people look better as they age.
Well, I think James Hetfield's actually aged pretty well. If you look at those two, just on those two photos.
Yep.
And gave up drinking.
Yeah.
I think I look better today than I did when you guys first met me.
You've said that a lot.
I bet you.
You have said that a lot.
That's LT's way of saying I don't agree with you.
I bet
I'm
you.
not saying that. I'm just saying we've heard that.
I bet you James Hetfield can't hear the garbage truck though. I bet that guy's deaf as a post.
Huh?
Yeah, he probably
I mean, you got to think, man. That as long
that
as
constant ringing in your ear.
Yes, as long as they've toured with that music.
Helen Hunt, one of your favorites. By the way, I never got that, but she has not aged well.
Well, she's in it. That's.
She got a little Melissa Etheridge in her now.
Yeah,
She really does. Yeah, I think she's had some surgery.
She became a lesbian singer.
Steffi Graf. I mean, sort of that same genre there. That right place, right time.
Yeah, smoke show, Steffi Graf.
Michael Jordan turned 60. We'll see him next week.
How about that?
I'm going to say that he probably shoots us down for the request we put out.
I was hoping we did not oversell that.
I think it's the first time it's been mentioned actually on the show.
No, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, it's the yellowest. It's almost, it's turned red, and we're going to try to run it.
Yeah.
We also have Lisa Kudrow.
Cue the promo. Join us next week when Michael Jordan and others join the show
And
from
others.
Ocean City.
She looked like she smelled something bad in 99, and now she figured out what it was.
Yeah.
I can't believe Lisa Kudrow's 60.
I can't believe Lisa Kudrow lets those two pictures on the internet.
Mike Myers is 60.
Yeah, he is looking better
Well,
than the one on the
can't
left.
be a photo. Yeah, that can't be a photo of now.
Oh, it is.
I mean,
He's been like this. He's in
I
Canada.
know.
He's disappeared.
He's had some work done.
Boy,
with us
he
now.
looks pale. Looks like
He
he's about to
does.
fall out.
Well, he's been in Canada.
Brad Pitt is turning 60.
Brad Pitt.
Well, that face has aged a lot more than you think it has.
Yeah. But
Still a
watching
good-looking
him,
guy, though.
And it's been 4 years now, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Remember, we talked about it for 4 years before it came out. But, I mean, for his age, man, he looks really
Yep,
good.
I don't disagree.
Another one, John Stamos.
Could he be more flamboyant in that
John
first picture?
Stamos.
Man.
He did Hot Ones the other night. Jack said it was the first time I heard Uncle Jesse drop an F-bomb.
Yeah. It was like Stamos
His
is on the
voice
limb.
is so high. So his talking voice is a lot different than it was in Full House.
Finally, Quentin Tarantino turned 60 this year.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe he's on this
Well, I think
list.
he's only 60. I can't believe he's only 60.
Yeah. So no Rob Lowe?
No Rob Lowe. I think Rob Lowe's 59.
Okay.
So it'll be next year when we do this story, Jim.
Yeah.
You can say, hey, Rob Lowe.
Had to be close. Had to be close. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, they know that buying a home, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Daniel says Rob Lowe is 59. LT nailed it. Can you just do a Google search, Rockstar? Rob Lowe junior high classmates, junior high or high school classmates, and see if the list pops up, if there's a list out there.
I think it's Sean and Chris Penn.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it on TikTok last night. He was doing an interview, I think it was with Joe Rogan, and it just came across my TikTok, and he started naming, and look at this, the Penn brothers, Sean and Chris Penn, Charlie Sheen, Robert Downey Jr.
I bet Emilio Estevez, being Charlie Sheen's half-brother, was probably there as well.
Yep. And, I mean, that's amazing. Now, they'd all moved from different parts of the country out in Santa Monica, so they were all trying to become stars, right?
Wait, go back. Who did Snoop Dogg go to school with? First of all, I would have gathered that Snoop got his GED.
Cameron Diaz.
Just based on the fact that he was on the rap scene at like 17.
Long Beach Poly, man.
Wow.
What that?
Says she was no angel. I believe that.
Yeah. I just thought that was interesting. That much talent at that period of time.
Lady Gaga and Nikki Hilton.
Yeah. Barbra Streisand and Neil Diamond went to school together. It's a lot of. That's tough to win the contest there, the singing contest.
Talent show.
Yeah. All right. Quick break here. When we come back, we will jump into 4 downs. Gerry DiNardo at the top of the hour. And 1 hour of the show still to go, including a playoff bet that we do every year in the summer about the upcoming NFL season before the first exhibition game plays. So we can go full Monty on the whole landmine. Once I pick a team, good chance their quarterback goes down in the preseason. That's all still to come before the show's over with today, right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Gerry DiNardo at the top of the hour. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Slice. They bring you 4 downs every day. Slice Pizza, 4 great locations.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients. It started with the first location right there in Lakeview, then to Vestavia, then Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Get in, see the Bajalia brothers. Tell them the next round sent you. For more information on those great specialty pizzas, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Back to the playoffs first. Sean, Payton or Florida State?
I think I would go Florida State. I'm not one of those that believe Sean Payton's just going to go in and wave a magic wand and Russell Wilson's going to be 10 years younger. So Florida State in a 12-team playoff next year, I think would stand a good chance of making the 12-team playoff if they don't make the 4-team this year. So I'll go Florida State there.
Better shape for Russell Wilson this year. Really good roster, but it's a tough division. I, too, will go Florida State, but not this year when it gets to a 12-team playoff first. Is when it'll happen. I'll go Florida State.
I'm going to go Florida State. To me, Sean Payton's kind of the Jimbo Fisher of the NFL. Yeah, he won a Super Bowl, but let's not forget he went 7-9 in 3 consecutive seasons with Drew Brees. I mean, that to me, that's kind of unacceptable.
Some of those Brees was injured and couldn't throw the ball more than 7 feet.
I think that was more towards the latter part of the career. Maybe one of those seasons was, but
yeah, he had some kind of damage. He couldn't throw the deep ball, which really impacts.
Never could throw the deep ball.
The
really.
NFL, yeah.
Second down.
More wins this year. Daniel Jones with the New York Giants or his alma mater, Duke?
Giants are really good last year, Brown. So too are Duke.
I mean, yeah, but I think Duke could be 6-7 wins. I think the Giants will be better than that. I'll go Daniel Jones. Assume he stays healthy.
That's another key.
If he stays healthy.
Slip back for both. I think both take a step back.
Do you?
That's a tough division. I mean, Philadelphia, I don't think they're going to go anywhere. It won't be as good as last year, but won't go anywhere. Dallas is supposed to be good again. Commanders being projected as a playoff team in some places. Giants could finish 4th.
Yeah, but I think there's only 3-4 sure losses for Duke on their schedule.
Yeah, I'm going to go Giants because they play more games. But I think both take a step back this year. Giants.
I think Duke is 8-4, and
dynamic quarterback at Duke.
Yeah, Riley Leonard.
They may have a better quarterback situation than the Giants do.
I will say I was impressed with Daniel Jones last year. He finally looked like a starting quarterback.
Yep.
Third down.
Less wins in 2023. We got the Hunter Decker story. Looks like he is not going to be playing for Iowa State. They're going to have a redshirt freshman that has 0 experience in Rocco Beached.
Yeah, or a transfer.
Yeah, or a transfer possibly. But less wins in 2023. Iowa State or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Less wins. I think Tampa.
I'll go Tampa.
I think Tampa will surprise you. With the number of wins they get.
Do you think Trask is going to end up starting?
I don't. I think it'll be Baker Mayfield.
Should be John Wolford.
Baker Mayfield,
Ex-Ram
Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, I think, still on the team. A couple of guys last go around before they get traded off. I think Tampa Bay gets 6. I don't think Iowa State gets 6.
Ooh, Tampa gets 6, you think?
Wow.
Jeez. Not a way to screw up that first pick.
Yeah, I don't know. It's typical Tampa. They will be... They will be right there in the middle of the draft.
No, they'll have the first pick week 17 as long as they lose.
That's right.
And they'll tie.
Yeah. Baker will throw for 5 touchdowns. But I'm going to go Tampa has more wins, so Iowa State's the answer to your question.
I am going to go Iowa State more wins.
Fourth down.
Wes Craven would have been 84 years old today. If I asked you guys, see Tyler back there shaking his head. That's my man. Better career, Wes Craven or Scottie Pippen?
I mean, I don't even know what Wes Craven did. He did that Halloween movie.
Scream, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, those are his?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, he's big in the horror world.
He lived next door to Pauly Shore for a while. They had a little bit of a dispute.
They hated each other.
Yeah. I'll go with Wes Craven then. Nightmare on Elm Street is a big deal.
Yep.
Scottie Pippen was just a number 2.
I never really liked Wes Craven's stuff.
No, I don't care for it.
I like John Carpenter's more.
Yeah.
I mean, but you have to say Pippen's importance to the Bulls is vastly underrated by people, right?
Well, I think it's overrated. I think Pippen was a great player, but I think you could have gotten a number 2, and Jordan was going to win with anybody.
I think a ton of guys could have played that role. Nah, I'm with Lance.
I mean, but I don't think a ton of guys can be a number 2 on an NBA team.
You talking about ego-wise?
No, I'm just talking about talent-wise. I mean, how many teams are there? 30?
Yeah.
There are only 30 number 1s, so that means you're one of the top 60 players in the league to be a number 2.
But Kevin McHale was one of those guys.
Could he have done it with James Harden?
I mean,
Harden
David Robinson
Harden
to Tim
would get
Duncan.
near the shots playing with Jordan.
Yeah.
What's that? Could he have done with him?
Could he have done with James Harden?
I mean, if he sat Harden down and said, "Hey, look, this is the way you're going to play your game,"
Yeah, let me explain how
which
this
would
is
have been
gonna work.
tough. But if
Right,
Harden
yeah.
would have listened to him, yes, he could have done it with Harden.
Russell Westbrook.
Now Pippen was, outstanding defensively.
I'm going to say Wes Craven because, Scream and Nightmare are iconic and led to different ones and maybe changed the way we did horror movies altogether. But I do think Scottie Pippen is underrated for his contribution to what the Bulls did.
See, that would be a good poll question, actually. Is he more overrated or underrated for what he did for Michael Jordan and the Bulls?
Yeah.
Because I think this would be pretty split. I think a lot of people like me feel like it's a little overrated, much like Phil Jackson, a little overrated as a head coach.
Who was more important, Scottie Pippen to Michael Jordan or James Worthy to Magic Johnson?
Well, I think Kareem was very important to
That's
Magic
the
Johnson.
thing is Magic had more weapons.
Yeah.
I mean, who was more important, right?
B.J. Armstrong and Scottie Pippen, John Paxson.
Pippen to Jordan, or Shaq to Kobe, or Kobe to Shaq.
Malone to Stockton.
However way you want to do it.
Yeah, or you could even take it more recent, and you could go, for Steph Curry, was it Draymond Green? Was it Klay Thompson?
It's all the ensemble. You lose any one piece there, and it's not the same team.
Yeah, but again, Michael Jordan's just a different player.
I love him to death, too, and I think he's the greatest of all time. And I agree with Steph Curry. You can have multiple GOATs, from different eras.
Because look at
Jordan
Kobe.
Jordan was great.
Jordan only did it with one second guy. Kobe did it with two. He did it with Shaquille, and then he did it with Pau Gasol.
Kobe was great as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the point is Michael Jordan would have found a way to win championships without Scottie Pippen.
But until Pippen was there and until Phil Jackson was there, he was not winning championships.
That is true.
Yeah. That is our 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice. We appreciate them so much. Champy's Chicken brings you this hour of the show every day. Sterling and his crew, Highway 119 down in Alabaster. We will talk to Gerry DiNardo about Big Ten football when we come back on the next round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceinnoc.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, Gerry DiNardo about to talk a little Big Ten football with us. 24 days away from week 0, and one thing I love of what the Big Ten does every year now, and we talked to Joel Klatt about it, we get conference games week 1 out of the Big Ten, oftentimes on the Big Ten Network or Fox, including Nebraska and Minnesota that opening weekend.
That is Thursday night. Klatt was on the show earlier talking about he and Gus doing that game. Coach Gerry DiNardo probably will be at that game as well. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great. I won't be at the game, but I'll be in Lincoln, Nebraska. What's today? Thursday? I'll be in Lincoln, Nebraska Friday and Minneapolis Saturday to watch practice.
I love it. Matt Rule has, for whatever reason, has liked our show over the years and has been on with us. So we're fans of his. I was talking about this yesterday, Coach. You know this. The situation he took over at Temple, the situation he took over in Baylor were not great situations. He won those at those places. This is probably the best college situation he's ever taken over. Do you think maybe it could accelerate his timetable there?
Okay, so here's the deal with Nebraska. I've been following Nebraska since my Colorado days in '82. Played against them, coached against them. It's an incredible program, and I always say if you've had greatness in your past, you have greatness in your future. Now, Nebraska is challenging my theory, and every time they hire a coach, it's a home run, right? We think it's great, and they perhaps win the press conference. What I think is different about Matt, we covered Bo, we covered Mike Riley, we covered Scott, and now we're going to cover Matt, because this relates to my experience in Louisiana. He understands that you have to be someone with the people. You have to connect with the fan base. Bo wasn't great at public relations. Mike was a shy guy, both really good coaches. Scott thought because he went there, he was already connected. He never reconnected. What Matt Rule has done, the way he has reached out, the way he is so friendly and unselfish with his time and never turns down a photograph, never turns down an autograph. I mean, he's a great coach. He's proven that at Baylor and Temple, right? I mean, look at those two histories before he got there. The missing piece was the way he embraced the fan base, which, as we know, is nuts. So I'm going to go down on record again. This is a home run hire. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it against Matt. I can't wait to watch him practice. I think it's tomorrow or Saturday. I'm a little confused on our dates, but I know we're in Nebraska and Minnesota the next couple of days.
So, Coach, you're not going to find this hard to believe, but it was 8 years. Ohio State beat Michigan up until these last 2 years, and now Michigan has the counter up there. It's been 1,341 days since the last time Ohio State beat Michigan. With all of that said, do you think the power truly has swung in the Big Ten with the Big Ten media coming out and voting Michigan number 1 overall?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, it looks that way. I picked Penn State to win the conference. I think all three of those teams will have one loss to each other. I mean, I think that's how balanced it is. You look at the way Michigan's built, right? They're built with the offensive line, good defense, run game, with a good quarterback who has the potential to be great. When we talk about the best offensive lines in the Big Ten, we don't mention Ohio State. In fact, it's one of their weaknesses, right? when we look at Don Brown's experience at Michigan with a pressure defense that never worked. And now are we looking at Jim Knowles at Ohio State with a pressure defense? And so for those, and a new quarterback at Ohio State. So for those reasons, I think going into it, I see those three teams being very balanced. I don't think none of the three will go undefeated. But like I say, I picked Penn State to win it, to win the East.
Listen, Coach, there are some books and movies and TV shows that are built on alternate timelines, two points in history, different things are happening at the same time. To me, Wisconsin football and the unbelievable Mike Leach offense, the late Mike Leach that they're going to try to run up there now, that seems to be an alternate timeline to me of what Wisconsin football has been built on. What do you think of what Wisconsin is going to try to do, changing their offense there? Can that work in Madison?
Yeah, I think it could work because it's still going to be a numbers game, right? Wisconsin's offensive problems, similar to Iowa, is they're always outnumbered in the box, right? And the only thing you can do to beat that is play action and go one-on-one with the wide receiver. And if you're not capable of doing that, and those are not high percentage plays, I think we're going to see Fick run the ball when he has the numbers in the box, and he's going to pass the ball when the box gets overloaded. I don't think I think they're going to have some kind of ground attack where they're going to maintain to be a physical team, but certainly a change. You know, Fick is. I love Fick. I mean, he has grown so much since being an assistant coach at Ohio State. We sat at the desk at media days with him. I've stayed in touch with him since he left Ohio State, went to Cincinnati. But he's a different guy, man. He's been mentored by Hall of Fame coaches. I think he's going to do a great job up there. But he's going to maintain a certain toughness and. I think it's one of the questions about Ohio State, right? Can they continue the spread and be tough? Some people can be tough in the spread, some aren't. I think Fick will be.
Coach Gerry DiNardo is with us. Big Ten Network at Gerry DiNardo on Twitter is where you follow him. You'll see him throughout the season on the Big Ten Network. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. But you know this, Coach. I mean, we see it more probably in college basketball, but we've seen it in football. A guy that is really good at a job like Cincinnati, which is not a Power 5 job, sometimes struggles to get to that once he gets that Power 5 job. Now, Luke Fickell's a little different. He came up through Ohio State, but what is the challenge of that, going from a place like Cincinnati to a place like Wisconsin and trying to win at the level you won at Cincinnati?
Yeah, I don't see it that way.
Okay.
I think the toughest things is what Marcus Friedman is doing and what Lloyd Carr did successfully. I was at Indiana when Mike Davis took over for Bob Knight. Taking a historic job as your first head coaching job, I think that's an issue. I went Vanderbilt, LSU, to go LSU. So for Fick, with the Ohio State background, with his mentors being Tress and Urban, and then going to Cincinnati, making his own way. Plus, they were the first ones in the playoffs. I don't see that being a big jump. In fact, I think Fick, it'll turn out that is a perfect career path to be. Plus, he had the interim year at Ohio State, right? I mean, no, I don't think this is. I don't think this is any major challenge that he's facing that he hasn't already faced.
So Mel Tucker parlayed the Colorado job coming off of 5-7 into the Michigan State job, and in year two has a breakout 11-2. A lot of that thanks to a really good job with the transfer portal. Then he follows that up with a 5-7. I was blown away in 2021 after that season when they gave him a 10-year, $95 million contract. But what do you expect coming off the 5-7 this year for Michigan State?
Yeah, hard to tell. This is where the bus tour really helps us. We get an inside look at practice and the portal guys. Not sure. This is certainly a year where we may find out more about his program than we have in the unusual beginning of his program. The unusual part, obviously, being COVID, and you've already mentioned the other part. Lightning in a bottle in the portal. So I don't know. I'm not sure. they had a good small recruiting class by design, so they could bring portal guys in. I don't know, guys. I got to see the practice to get a feel for how they're going to compare to the other three in the Big Ten East.
They did lose Payton Thorne to Auburn. He transferred to Auburn. You did see him. What is Auburn? I mean, what are they losing in him that Auburn is getting?
Experience.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you surround Payton with a good run game and a good offensive line, he's a good quarterback. You know, he's not a playmaker. You know, he's not J.J. McCarthy at Michigan. He can't really make something happen, but he can be good. I don't know anything about Auburn's roster, but if they're solid offensively, it's a good pickup for them. A little disturbing, 3 starters left Michigan State after spring. Obviously, that's something. Again, you know, we'll get a feel, I think, for how good they are, the morale of the team, and so on when we're on campus.
Do you really ride a bus on your bus tour? I mean, are you a good bus rider, or is there jets in between? I mean, next year's bus tour to L.A. is going to be a horrible bus trip.
Yeah.
That is a damn good question. I'm going to tell you. Okay, so we used to be exclusively bus. Nowadays, it's changed a little bit. For instance, I'm flying from here to Chicago to Lincoln tomorrow. And then we're flying to Minneapolis. Then we're flying Minneapolis to Chicago to Northwestern, and then to Penn State. Once we get to Penn State, we're meeting a bus the rest of the way. So, and it's changed. We've had big buses. Now we have what they call a land jet, which is a van with a nice, comfortable seat.
You can't hide Big Ten money now that you're flying from location to location. There are some conference out there that would only do this remotely. The Pac-12 does a Zoom tour, I think, right now. Yes.
It has evolved. In fact, last year we walked into a Burger King at 1 minute to 11, and they weren't Big Ten fans. They weren't real happy with us when we were over.
The old closing time burger at Burger King, right?
The front people were mad at us, and the woman in the back, who was the manager, happened to be a Big Ten fan, so she was all excited. So they had a little bit of argument whether they should really take care of us or not.
Coach Gerry DiNardo, big fan of his from his time in Birmingham, and love watching him on the Big Ten Network as well, at Gerry DiNardo on Twitter. Always a pleasure, Coach. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it. You guys stay safe.
All right, you too. Take care. Coach with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. They can get them a better bus at Johnston RV Center.
Yeah, they can.
They probably get.
I mean, stay safe. I mean,
I don't know what's coming. What, do I need to be worried about something?
Gerry DiNardo telling us to stay safe.
A lot of people say stay safe.
Yeah.
Don't you say that to a lot of people? Be safe.
Well, when a tornado's coming.
Yeah, or if you're about to take a trip.
Yeah, stay safe.
I mean, we should be telling him to stay safe. He's about to be on a bus or a plane. Stay safe, Gerry DiNardo.
A lot of plane flights in that trip.
I always feel, up until sleeping that time on that charter we went down to Miami on, I always felt safe on a bus, and they're really not the safest
Rockstar
things.
was on a bus tour.
That's not the funnest thing.
But you get used to it at some point, I would imagine.
Well, it's a full month. It was 26 nights.
Yeah.
Nothing on but a bunk. But those icy roads are there because you have no perception. You don't have a window when you're on an icy road and you kind of feel the bus shift. You feel like you're going up a mountain and you're about to fall down because you have no perception of, I don't know if it's snowing outside. I just feel every now and then we're shaking a little bit, and it is very panic-inducing.
I got an awkward question for you about the bus. After
Please.
Brownie tells us about our friends at Tough Dog can change your garage floor, Brownie.
They can, Jimmy D. They did it for me. Perhaps you've been in one of those high-end car dealerships or garages, and you see that coated floor, and you're like, man, that looks good. I sure would like that in my house. You can get it in your house with our friends at Tough Dog. I'm talking garage floors, basement floors, pool surrounds. All those things are available and eligible for that coated floor, and it just makes it look better in my garage. It makes it smell better. It feels better under my feet. In fact, it exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. That's how much better it feels. It is so easy to clean. Like maybe your car dripped a little oil or you track something in on your tires. Very easy to clean there with that coated floor from Tough Dog. Here's basically what they do. They come in. They check your floor. There's some cracks in there, always. They make sure those cracks are superficial. They're not foundational. They make sure the moisture levels are okay. And then and only then do they put down their product. They don't want their product to fail. And if it's, foundation issues or moisture issues, it could cause their product to fail. But they're going to back it up by a 15-year warranty. So once it passes those tests, they come in, they smooth it out, They put down the coating. They put down the flakes. You've already selected the color of both of those. They can incorporate logos, team logos, corporate logos, things like that. You can find out more, 205-947-3639. This is Tough Dog Coatings, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That is TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com.
SS, I know the answer to that one because they had a rule that they couldn't go number 2 on the bus.
No number 2 on the bus.
Yeah, that was a rule. But you guys in here, we've had a 13-year rule of no passing gas in the studio.
Correct.
That is like gambling on our own team. We do not do that in here. You guys are sort of free-flowing, so to speak, behind the glass.
We are.
Yeah.
On the bus, was there any,
you got two- you got two-
you're a gassy guy. You let them rip. And
when ladies are around, I am very good about it. So we had 2 ladies on the bus, and I was very good about it. But once you're in the bunk, you have this little leather curtain that you sit in that just seeps in all that heat once you close that leather curtain, so that bunk gets nice and hot at night. If I was on the middle, there's 3 stacked bunks. If I was on the middle in the back row, across from me was Erica, and above her was Jess. So we were like, we could touch arms if we put our hands out. So I was very good. The problem is the snoring. So they have a little sound machine that has like a rain sound machine that we have to have on full blast because there's people with CPAP machines. We got snores, you got farters, you got just all these sense of just like people that haven't showered that are on the crew that are just very.
It's like Blazing Saddles in there.
It is a
Sounds
smell.
like a nightmare.
Yeah,
sounds like you're in jail.
And it does get fun, but you're so exhausted after a show, and the only thing I wanted after a show was just a shower, and that wasn't guaranteed at every venue. So sometimes you have to take a cold one. Sometimes the biggest thing I said, I will sit on a sink. I have to wash my feet because they smell so as active as I am. Just let me wash my feet. Well, at least I did it.
Yeah, I know, but just terrible.
But some people would sleep in their clothes like that. I'm like, you're going to sleep when
The CPAP, they've changed that. I don't know how many people use them in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over here, or if you're listening to us on our audio platform. But I got a friend who the CPAP, he's a big dude. I mean, Benny Mac is probably 6'7".
Right. He is a big guy. I know him.
And he's big. And I think the CPAP is mandated for him to save his life. And now he and his wife can sleep in the same room again with the CPAP. But they were separate rooms because his snoring was so bad. Like he was the kind of snorer that when we do our Vegas trips, if you had a connecting room, you could hear him through the walls snoring. That's how bad he was. But he had his CPAP machine in Cherokee, and when he turned it on, I went into the room just to see it. It's smaller now. I mean, it's still a hose and the stuff on the face, but the machine is actually smaller, and it didn't make any noise. Maggie occasionally will turn on a sound machine basically to go to sleep in, and if I'm in the bed when that is still playing, it has an automatic shut-off time-wise. If I come to bed and it's within the hour she started it, like it's so loud, like it makes her go to sleep, but it is so loud, like the rainfall or the waves or whatever, that it keeps me awake. Then I'm like, damn rainfall. Turn that sound off.
So can you sleep in complete silence? Fall asleep in complete silence?
I cannot anymore because Jennifer and I use a fan, not like the ceiling fan, like the floor fan, and just that sound. And then I pointed at me to get the air moving so I don't get so hot. And it's not on her side, but she likes the sound. I like the sound and the air movement.
Yeah, I like the sound too. But I mean, I can sleep. I take naps in our green room.
Yeah. I Rockstar, as you know, you've known me long enough now. It's never completely silent with me. Either I'm feeling the dead air, or in my head there are 1,000 voices that are going on. Or sometimes I'll just start doing my own show at night. Hey, it's midnight now.
I'll tell you what I like.
In Jim's head.
And I know this drives Lance crazy, but I like the bed swing. Out on my screened in, and if a neighbor's cutting grass or blowing leaves, just that sound.
Oh God!
I mean, I go out like a light.
It's like 4 doors down. Not
yeah,
like
not
it's
next door, but like if I can hear it off in the distance, cutting grass or blowing leaves, knocks me out.
Rodrigo and the crew came by, and we were at the pool on Saturday, and he's like, "Do you still want me to blow down here?" And I was like, "You don't have to run the pool." No, I said, "But you can blow in the driveway," and it only lasted 5 minutes, and I mean, I felt bad about them blowing leaves in my driveway for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe people do this day in, day
guess
out.
What's coming?
Oh, I know.
All those trees.
The only bad part about football is we have to hear about the leaves in Lance's
I love
neighborhood.
the foliage. I really do. I love the look of everything. I just don't like the fact that the leaves are going to continue to fall. Don't blow them every day.
Can you hear, like, when we were staying at the same place in Nashville, the same house in Nashville, I use a noise app on my iPad. because I got to have noise to go to sleep. It's not so loud y'all can hear it.
The only
Okay,
time,
good.
I only heard you twice the entire time I was there. Once, it was when I was trying not to throw up after the night I almost got a tattoo.
Right.
And I was just awake, and I was so sensitive about everything, I could hear everything.
What was I doing, snoring?
I think you got up and go to the bathroom, and I think I heard a toilet flush.
Okay.
Jesus, so annoying.
I'm sorry, my
Be
bad.
considerate, dude.
And the other was the day after that day when I went to bed basically at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I had slept like 12 hours, and it was like about to be 5 in the morning, and I heard your bed moving around a little bit, and I thought to myself, well, Brown's awake, and I know he's getting up to watch the British Open.
I was getting up to watch the British Open that Thursday morning, yeah.
But in my head, I thought, or is he sneaking out? He's going to go get a cool breakfast. He's not going to invite me.
I went to the coolest breakfast. I had to sneak out though.
The narratives done away with Payton in his mind are crazy, aren't they? I bet Brown's sneaking out to get a cool
So I
breakfast.
jumped up quickly.
Hey, Brown?
Because I sleep in basketball shorts. I jumped up quickly, went to his door. I went,
He did. He was at my door.
You awake? He goes, yeah. And I said, are you going to get breakfast? I was going to watch the British Open, but I'll go get breakfast. I'm like, great, I'm going to jump in the shower.
Yep. So we went and got breakfast. I came back and watched some of the British Open.
Was it a
before
cool
the show.
breakfast?
It was Pancake Pantry in Nashville.
And
Which
I
was a
misordered.
Did you really?
Yeah.
All you got to do is get a pancake.
Silver dollar pancakes.
It was silver dollar pancakes. I thought it was the weirdest order. I'm like, what are you, a kid?
Yeah. I used to like, as a kid, I liked silver dollar pancakes.
Oh, I did too, and I didn't flip it over. I didn't know there was a whole other menu on the backside. All the pancakes were on the backside. I was like, why am I so limited about my pancake choices at Pancake Pantry?
And then he
I've
ordered
got crepes
something
and I've got waffles
that you hadn't even seen, and he didn't want to follow you up and order
I got
that.
the French toast, and when they delivered it, Dunaway was like, I got the wrong thing.
But isn't the equivalent of the sand dollar pancake, isn't that a slider?
It's the slider of the pancake
I like
world.
sliders, though. You don't like sliders?
No, I love sliders. I just thought it was a weird order at Pancake Pantry with all those pancakes to go silver dollar pancakes.
Yeah,
I thought it was weird.
It was like nothing on it. The other side, I could have had
anything.
Could have had anything put on it on the other side. All right. New York Butcher Shop, they have a lot of stuff for you on their menu as well. Great steaks. And then when we come back, we'll do this first. I will pick my 8 teams in a steak bet that we do every year. All 8 teams have to make the NFL playoffs for me to win the steak. I have never hit this bet.
You have not.
Keep trying, though.
This, as you said, this seems like the most difficult year. I think it might be the easiest year.
No. There are 7 automatics that you put in there, and then that 8th one is up in the air.
Yeah, but I mean, it's up in the air. It's like a 50-50.
Oh, it's
I mean, there are 7 that are locked in. I think there's probably 8.
There's 7. If you want to give me one of the 8th one on your list, I'd love it. Go ahead and give it to me.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. I'll write mine down. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. Jim and his staff, they've got the perfect one-stop dinner shop at the New York Butcher Shop. 2 locations, Cabo Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, Well done service.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
All right, part of the show today being brought to you by our man Dr. B. He makes sure that your hair is going to stay with you until the very end. If you're starting to get some hair loss, if it's not too late like it is for me, you catch it at the right time like LT did, you can actually restore your hair.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about this morning. I was about to go hatless because I was just looking in the mirror at how much more thick it has gotten. Dr. B, he's a magician. And I'm actually going to see him the week we get back from Ocean City because we've got a couple other things we're talking about, including the Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. If you're starting to thin, trust me, be preemptive. Go see Dr. B. T3hair.net. That's T3hair.net or 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 and tell him the next round sent you.
I don't remember the stat that the reason why we started this stake bet years ago is that the NFL turnover in the playoffs, and Brown, you brought the stat to us years ago. I think it's 50-50.
No, it was
almost.
50%, but that was before the expanded playoffs as well, and I don't know how that has impacted that number. But
from 12 to 14, right?
Yeah, but used to it was 50% of the teams, on average, that made the playoffs didn't make it the next year. There was a 50% turnover. On average, obviously.
And then I think I said something stupid like, oh, I could pick the 8 playoff teams.
And Lance says, okay, you want to do a stake on it?
Yeah. And that's how we did this. I've never gotten this right. There's always been one team.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go down with the ones that I think are automatic first.
By the way, I feel good about 9 teams.
Yeah,
9 teams.
I can see his.
I feel good about 5 teams.
All right, well, let's do 8 then.
Do you want to flip it? You want me to take it this time?
No. It's because you do not throw out landmines.
Yeah, this is the joy in this. Nobody wants to see their team on this list.
Yeah, because
I mean, you almost killed.
The good news is the Rams will not be on this list,
but they were last year.
So we've got a shot. Yeah,
that was the first one that started trending. Like, well, this is over with. The Rams aren't going to make the playoffs.
Not only that, they had the worst encore year for a Super Bowl champion in NFL history, going 5-12.
I think I think the Rams were the first one last year. I said, well, you got to go Rams first because they just won it. Yep. Blah 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 blah. So with that in mind, you got to go Chiefs first.
That's right.
They just won it, right?
Okay, I have the Chiefs. Yeah, I think the Chiefs are a no-brainer.
Anybody doing this is going to have the Chiefs number 1, right?
The Chiefs are number 1,
right?
I just believe so much in the talent of this team right now. I'll stay in the AFC. Now, this guy's already been hurt once, but I'm going to go Bengals.
Yeah, I feel great about the Bengals outside of Joe Burrow going down. Joe Burrow goes down with that division. They ain't making the playoffs.
Yep.
So he's got to stay healthy.
Those are two popular picks, right?
But
there.
I would have gone with both of them.
Okay,
Yeah,
I feel like it's just automatic, even though this is a tougher division now.
They're still going to make the playoffs.
That you still have to go the Buffalo Bills.
Absolutely.
I would think worst case is a wild card.
Still automatic, right?
Yep, those are automatic 3.
Okay. I think less automatic because of the division, but I feel like the team is too good for them not to be in the playoffs. So I go Eagles.
You know, I mean, I think the interesting thing with the Eagles is, do you get back-to-back Jalen Hurts the way he played? I mean, we'd never seen that out of him.
Yeah, I think you do, just because of the person and the work ethic that he has.
I don't disagree.
The bigger question to me is they lost some key defensive parts. You know, how well does the defense play?
And you said it earlier when talking about Daniel Jones, how difficult that division shapes up to be this year.
And I think 17 consecutive years they've had a different division champion.
That's right, and that's just who that division
But I would have
is.
had the Eagles too. It seems like a no-brainer. For me, it's the easiest in the NFC.
Just went to the Super Bowl.
So with that in mind, I also throw the 49ers in. Big question at Brock Purdy.
Yep.
But in that division now, Cardinals suck, Rams not as good, Seahawks can be really bad this year. So by default, I think the 49ers, who may not be as good as they were last year, still a playoff.
Yeah. So I think the 49ers or Seahawks will win this division. The thing that would scare me, and I had them 8 of 8. You know, back in the day, I would have had them 1, 2, or 3. But if Brock Purdy isn't healthy,
or if he's just not good,
or not good,
if he's just Mr. Irrelevant,
Trey Lance, same situation. Sam Darnold hasn't been good. I mean, you just don't have a great quarterback situation there.
Okay, so those are the 5 you felt really good about.
I did. And now I'm going to go to the 6th one that I feel really good about, but this is where it starts to get scary for me. But I'm going to put the Cowboys there because I just feel like the roster is that good.
Yeah, literally in the chat room, Chad said, please no Cowboys.
I would have had the Cowboys, though.
So those are my 6.
It's hard not to go Cowboys.
And I've got 3 more that I feel really good about. I feel better about these 3, or no, 2 of the 3, than the Cowboys or the 49ers.
Okay, wow. So 2 of the 3, you said I could have gone in more comfortable places. All right.
So Dunaway's got 2 more to win the bet here. He's giving you 6 he feels comfortable with.
Yep. Brown, why don't you tell them about our friends at A+.
Hey, before Jim
while I reset my board.
unveils his final 2 teams, and I know you guys are waiting with bated breath for this, A+ Tile Home Remodeling is the place that Lance and I both use, Brad Bell, to update our master bath. Tyler is showing you the before photos of my master bathroom. You look at that, and you may like it. My wife and I wanted something a little bit different. This is the bathroom we bought in the house. When we bought the house, we kicked the can down the road. Finally, Jennifer said, all right, we're doing it. So she scoured the internet. She looked for contractors, talked to people that use certain contractors, picked Brad Bell. I am so glad she did. He converted our bathroom from something that was really bright, really white. We wanted kind of the darker tones. We gave him our vision, and when I say that's exactly what we envisioned, that is exactly what we envisioned. His work was tremendous. Did the same thing for Lance. Now, it's the opposite for Lance's because Lance had kind of the brighter or the darker bathroom, kind of wanted the brighter, maybe the whiter hues. And Lance, if I'm not mistaken, you told Brad that, and he's like, okay, that's your vision. I'm going to work that vision.
Yeah, absolutely. From the floor to you see the shower there, kind of that matte brown. I wanted everything open, everything white.
Yep. So, I mean, that just shows you that Brad is not going to come in and say, okay, here's how we're doing it. Brad's going to come in and say, you tell me what you want. Give me your vision, and I'll make your vision happen. He did that for me and Lance. He can do it for you. Bathrooms, the master bath, and the kitchen, that is where you're going to get your money back when you sell your house. So get it right now. Here's the number for Brad, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. If you missed anything I just said, reach out to me, reach out to Lance, email, social media. We'll hook you up with Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. All right, Jimmy D.
Last year I had the Miami Dolphins on my list, and they did not disappoint.
They made the playoffs.
So they didn't cost me anything.
Should be a better team this year.
Oftentimes I've made a mistake by putting too many teams from one division or too many teams from one conference in there.
Right.
This year I don't think I've made that mistake. Much like the 49ers being a team that I think may not be as good as last year, but because of their division taking a step back, I think they'll make the playoffs. I feel the same way with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I love their coach. Trevor Lawrence is only getting better, and the talk of camp is Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, that's right.
That he may be a resurgent receiver after that year off, now with the Jaguars. So I put the Jaguars in to win that division, giving me a very well-balanced 4 AFC teams.
They were my ninth, and it's because it is a weak division. But if he was to get hurt,
well, I mean that's true of any team, though, really.
But when you have to pick 8, the AFC, it's scary to put 4 in there because you start going, well, that's a playoff team, that's a playoff team, that's a playoff team. But the AFC is going to be, what have you called it, LT, all year, all off season, the chaotic or fun to watch?
Well, I've got 5 shoe-ins in the AFC.
Yeah, but the Jags got in and won a playoff game last year. So, I mean, you got to feel pretty good about that pick. I think you made an excellent pick there. I think they're the best team in that division.
So with that being said, I do not go with another AFC team because the AFC team is so tough. It's going to be a crapshoot of how wild that is going to be, which is good news for your Dolphins.
Thank you so much.
I do not pick them this year.
But Rockstar, you need to buckle up in there.
I know it's coming.
Because I go Lions.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Because
that's the one that's going to get you beat.
I mean, you have bought into the preseason hype.
Because that is the division that with no Packers, with no Aaron Rodgers, Bears, Vikings, Lions, somebody's got to win that division.
The Vikings had 13 wins last year.
Well, I think you swung and missed on 2 teams that were just easy getting in.
Hold on. Here's the other ones I considered.
Okay. But I appreciate you doing the lines. I do not feel nearly as bad about this now.
In no particular order. In fact, in reverse order. Miami just missed for me.
Okay.
Jets just missed for me. Chargers just missed for me. Ravens just missed for me. All because of what? They're AFC teams.
AFC.
And it's going to be that tough in the AFC. Vikings and Saints in the other one. You think Panthers over the Saints. Falcons may have the best roster. That's why I didn't go there in that division. I have nobody from that division. And then the Vikings, I just feel like this is the year that Kirk Cousins breaks and the Vikings fall apart. They've lost Dalvin Cook. They've got 2 really good receivers. But I think this is the year the Vikings end up being what everyone thinks they are, and that's not good.
Well, the 2, and I understand what you're saying about the AFC, but I think the Ravens right now are going to be lights out. And I think the Jets, there's just way too much talent, as long as Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, for that team to not make the postseason.
There are storylines just littered in the history of the NFL of great quarterbacks going to another franchise and it just not panning out. I'm cheering for the Jets.
Like Tom Brady going to Tampa, Super Bowl. Matt Stafford going to the Rams, Super Bowl.
2 most recent. You're right. So you think the Jets could win the Super Bowl?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Maybe so.
Today at practice, Doug Peterson announces Calvin Ridley has an injury that
toe injury.
Toe injury. It's limited him.
Yeah,
just
nagging toe injury. That was pre me picking them.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were aware of that when you picked them?
I was aware of that when I
picked
them.
It does sound very minor, yes.
Yeah. Doug Peterson's a good coach.
No, Doug Peterson can coach. He's
got a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird what happened with him in Philadelphia.
Yeah. In Philadelphia, and the Lions are not my biggest fear to me. My biggest fear is one of these
Philadelphia or Dallas?
Philadelphia or Dallas.
Boy, I would be shocked if Philadelphia falls off that much.
Would you have not been shocked if the Rams fell off that much?
Yeah, but again, if you look back at the Rams, it was all injury related. I mean, they lost everybody.
Well, I mean, injuries can happen, obviously.
Yeah. But I'm saying if a team gets decimated by injuries, there's nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do. And usually that's what hits me early on is, I mean, usually like week 4, week 5, week 6, you start seeing one of these teams start piling up big injuries, and you're like, well, there you go.
And
no way they're going to survive.
You know, not only was it your starting quarterback and your best offensive player in Cooper Kupp, but it was also 5 offensive linemen that rotated, and I think there was a total of 11 different offensive linemen started last year, and I think 12 different starting lineups on the offensive line.
Yeah. Remember how bad Tampa Bay looked all last year? That was one of my teams because I was like, there's no way they're not going to at least make the playoffs. And
they did.
They made it, but it was...
Well, the Rams the only one that didn't?
I think the Rams were my only one that did not. Interesting. So that's what we do. We do that once a year. Those are my 8 teams. Lock them in. Chiefs, Bengals, Bills, Jaguars, 49ers, Eagles, Cowboys, Lions. And if one of those don't make it, LT wins a stake. I've never won that stake bet. We've done it every year.
Did you have the Patriots last year?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
See, and I would have thought that you wouldn't have had Jacksonville.
I'll go see if I can find them.
Yeah.
I did not have Jacksonville. There's no way. I'm sure I had the Titans.
You had the Rams.
I definitely had the Rams last year. but I was out early because of where the Rams were trending early on. All right, when we come back, these guys will grab their dry erase board, and of the 14 teams, we'll write down the teams we think missed the playoffs this year, teams that made the playoffs, because Brown gives you the stat. It used to be when it was a 12-team playoff, it was 50% of the people didn't repeat, did not go to the playoffs. It's that big of a turnover. Unlike the college football playoffs, it's a topsy-turvy world in the NFL, and they love it that way. We're back in a moment right here on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
MichelsonLaserVision.com bringing us our look towards the NFL season. The preseason starts tomorrow night with the Hall of Fame game. Michelson Laser Vision getting you ready for football.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made over 2 decades ago. That is 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her The Next Round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if a LASIK is right for you. Again, I wore contacts for almost a decade. I was wasting money each and every year on the contacts. After I went in, got the 12-minute procedure done, I had 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made. Again, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Lunsford says Jameson will 100% get hurt again with the Lions after that pick. MWires, Wires 14. I don't know how he breaks that down.
Guys.
Yeah, everybody.
Lions' best shot is the fact they rarely make the playoffs. Eventually, the odds work in their favor.
You say that.
Jeff says Jim is on par with my 8 except for the Ravens.
Ravens going to be good.
Forrester's projecting a Jameson leg injury so bad that it requires emergency surgery.
Jeez,
I won't use that word. That's typical Falcons fan. They always go dark.
I know.
Always go dark. What we've done is we've written down all 14 playoff teams last year, and we're going to one by one quickly move through this and mark off teams that we do not think make the playoffs. Who are you eliminating first, Brown?
I am going to mark off the Giants.
I'm going to mark off Tampa Bay first. No Tampa Bay for me. LT, who's the first team you marking off?
Yeah, I'm going to go Tampa Bay as well.
Yeah, okay, no Bucks there. Brown, will you also mark off Tampa Bay?
Yep, that was going to be my second one.
Okay, I will mark off. Boy, it's hard to mark off anybody in the AFC.
That's going to be the toughest part, by the way.
I'm going to mark off the New York Giants.
I, too, am going to mark off the New York Giants.
Seahawks.
Seahawks for me, too.
Yeah.
I can't go Seahawks yet. I am just going to say, as good as the Dolphins can be, Tua's not going to stay healthy. I'm going to 86 the Dolphins. If he stays healthy, they win the Super Bowl. But
now, how many are marking off? I mean, I'm going to mark off Minnesota next because I don't think they make it.
I thought you said 7. That's half.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I'm off on the Vikings. So, I got a lot of turnover in the NFC.
I would have been Vikings until Dunaway picked the Lions. It could be the Bears this year, though. I am going to mark off the Chargers. Justin Herbert has never done anything. He gets paid for a minute as the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, and we'll see how that works out.
I'm going to mark off the Ravens. I just will say, Cincinnati and maybe Cleveland blocks them out.
Yeah, no Chargers for me. I'm with Lance. I think Justin Herbert, they're always scrambling just to make the playoffs.
I think that's it for me, by the way. I think everyone else makes it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I mean, if we want to do 2 more, it's just shots in the dark for me. But
I mean, I will go a circle, a little dot that Miami doesn't, and I'll go a dot that the Chargers don't. But I really believe everyone else makes the playoffs.
Yeah, I do too. I would go Cowboys here, and I am going to go Vikings and 49ers. So I've got a full 7 there.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that there will be less turnover than usual this year in the playoffs.
But keep in mind now.
Say.
Yeah, I know.
That's all we always say.
Every year.
Because, I mean, you look at the 7 teams that made it last year in the AFC, Buffalo, Miami, Cincinnati, Baltimore, Jacksonville, Kansas City, and the Chargers, and really you believe all – I mean, you make a case for all 7 of those being playoff teams again.
About 2 weeks from right now, we are going to do a similar segment where the Associated Press Top 25 will have come out, and we'll do the stat where 3 teams in the top 10, I think one of those finishes unranked and 2 don't finish in the top 10. And we're going to go through it, and we're going to say, I know this happens every year, but I can't find them this year.
Yeah.
But you know what's going to happen this year? It's going to happen again. It happens every single year.
Last year, one of them was Texas A&M.
Yeah, every single year it happens. Every single year you look at the top 10 and you're like, I just can't say that none of these teams, that one of these teams is going to finish unranked. And you know what? Normally it's 2.
Was it Notre Dame? Was it North Carolina also?
I can't remember, but it happened every single year.
It was more than that. I'll tell you right now.
That were in the top 10 that ended up unranked?
Yeah, I think so. Now I can't go week to week now.
I'll find you the week 1 Associated Press, and you tell me.
Yeah.
In the final segment of the show, you're going to hear from Steve Sarkeesian. He goes very, very deep movie reference in his mindset for this Texas football team. All that after the Longhorns had their preseason media conferences with their assistant coaches that included the special teams coach, Jeff Banks, who said just another road game, bigger, more people, about the trip to Tuscaloosa. In Twitter form, it looked to be, quote unquote, digital board, bulletin board material, but we played the soundbite earlier. Do we still have that? We will play it in the next segment that our buddy Chip Brown gave us. You'll hear that, and then you'll hear from Steve Sarkeesian on the Longhorns mentality. What was the pre? Oh, you stopped looking?
I stopped looking. Yeah.
We'll update you on that.
Felt like a break was on the horizon there.
I was killing time, so you could have looked it up. On the other side, Brown will update us on what LT was asking. All that in one more segment. Don't go anywhere on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram @Jim Dunaway.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Before LT tells you about Hemphill, developing news, Brownie on the Pac-12.
So this is from our buddy Dan Wetzel, national columnist, Yahoo Sports. A group of Big Ten presidents have begun exploratory discussions on expansion in light of the Pac-12 uncertainty. That's according to industry sources talking to Yahoo Sports. Here is the focus. It's a 2-part focus. Focus A, Oregon and Washington. Focus B, Oregon, Washington, Stanford, and Cal to go to 20 teams. That's the 2 focuses these presidents are discussing.
And that helps so much to have 6 West Coast teams with your travel in other sports.
Boy, Stanford and Cal, I got those fingers crossed.
Buddy, I mean, you want to talk about a lifeboat for Stanford and Cal because they are out to sea right now.
And really, what is I know yesterday you said, and it doesn't matter to me either, but the only benefit there is not only the West Coast trip, but also the academics.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That fits them academically, Stanford and Cal. And just think about programming, though, for the Big Ten Network, to be able to not only put those markets in the Big Ten footprint, but for those late-night windows that is normal prime time in the West Coast, to be able to broadcast that on the Big Ten Network, those games, basketball games and football games.
Baseball's about to get better, too.
Yeah, but Pac-12 After Dark all of a sudden becomes a Big Ten Network property.
Yeah, Big Ten Network, some FS1, some CBS Sports Network, some NBC Sports Network perhaps.
And the ESPN footprint will not have that window available.
Yep.
Now, Bobby says they would be moronic to bring Stanford and Cal, split up all that money 2 more ways. Here's what they would do. Joel Klatt said earlier that Washington and Oregon would take a percentage that percentage to go to the Big Ten would be the equivalent of what they would get in the Big 12. My question, if I'm Washington and Oregon, and I was going to ask him, why would I not take the same amount of money to stay in the Big Ten where I have an opportunity to win that every year?
The Pac-12?
No, I'm saying if you go to the Big 12 as opposed, because the money's going to be the same if you get your full share in the Big 12 as your half share in the Big Ten. I would just say they would tell Stanford and Cal, you're not getting all the money.
The question would be then is there a chance that one day maybe I'm a half share for 5 years, and then I become a full share at some point.
On the next TV deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know what? I tell them, win a championship, you can have your full share.
Did you do Hemphill yet?
I have not.
Okay, tell us about Hemphill.
Hemphill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Here is Steve Sarkeesian on the mission that he gives. He uses a movie reference here for Texas this year.
What are the themes that are starting to come to the surface that are coming from the players, and who are those players that are leading those themes?
Well, I think one thing, and I've said it before, I think this team's on a mission. They've taken this mindset of being on a mission. They've kind of adopted the John Wick mentality. I know that Quinn has touched on and Jordan has touched on, and that they've really focused, and I think that's probably the thing. It's like, man, they want to go do this. They want to be focused on the task at hand. I think that they've kind of assumed this mentality of embrace the hate. Like, we get it. We're the University of Texas. We get it. This is our last year in the Big 12. Well, we can sit there and be a punching bag, or we can go attack the people that we're going to play. And I think that they've assumed that responsibility to say, hey, we're going to go after everybody else too. And so I think that's the right mentality to have.
Okay, one quick reference, Rockstar, punch that back up real quick, Tyler. They apparently do not have a water sponsor. You can't see it behind our ticker there, but they pulled the label off of that water.
The no-label water.
Okay.
By the way, it's our water that we drink.
It's the Dasani bottle, but okay.
So they obviously don't have a great deal with Coca-Cola like we do.
That's right.
Brown had the answer to LT that were top 10 teams listed last year that did not finish in the top 10.
And this was amazing. I mean, when we looked at it last year, number 1 preseason, Alabama. Number 2, Ohio State. Number 3, Georgia. Number 4, Clemson finished outside the top 10. Number 5, Notre Dame finished outside the top 10. Number 6, Texas A&M finished unranked. Utah was 7. Michigan was 8. Oklahoma was 9. Finished unranked. Baylor was 10. Finished unranked. 3 preseason top 10 teams finished unranked. 2 more finished outside the top 10. That's half your original top 10. We'll do it again in a couple weeks. We'll look at it and we'll say, I just can't see any of these teams finishing unranked. Happens every single year.
Hey, congratulations to Framber Valdez of the Astros, a 93-pitch no-hitter last night against the Guardians. And to our friend Steven. It's like we're waving the flag at the end.
Good night, Canada.
And congratulations to our friend Stephen Pearl, hashtag Vizsla Nation there. He is promoted to assistant head coach of Auburn men's basketball. Not coach in waiting yet, but assistant head coach at Auburn.
Shout out to Nelly. I am going to visit a female Vizsla later today, and so it might not be red. It might be a different one.
I was going to suggest, if it's going to be red, that Friday after the show, you and I drive down to Tampa halfway, then go to Tampa, pick up red, spend one night in Tampa, and then drive back on Sunday.
Well,
I do the driving, you do the riding.
That sounds fun. I think y'all should do that.
He doesn't want to do it. All right, we're back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.